How's everyone doing? All right, we shall go ahead and let the currently as we speak, AMC is barely up a percent. On the whole day, didn't do much. As you can see, we're down 0.85%. I think nothing has really changed as we look in. Sundial is having very a hey, good afternoon, Leah. Um, Sundial is having a very volatile, trading just earnings. Um, Crypto, as you can see, is still constantly holding that. It's dancing around that resistance slash support. Um, Tesla was down on the day 5%. That's major. Yeah, Tesla is gonna see the 600 soon. As you guys can see, the cascading effect is happening everywhere. BBIG gained 5% and lost it in the aftermarket. This is all, it's kind of like a loss of a day on trading. Um, it was a boring day. There wasn't much except a few plays here and there that just ran. Um, this is just a time, as I've been telling you guys, I'm prepping you guys for um, load time. That's it. Not financial advice, guys, but this is just loading zone time. Um, the money is being is moved from here to there. You guys will all know um, by, by sometime in the end of this month. You guys will know if this is going to be a can kick. We will all know. Um, Something will emerge, and I will point it out for you guys as well. If it's going to be a can kick or if it's going to be the real deal as we anticipate that it's going to be. Conditions wise, the market is prepared, seasoned, well seasoned, and is ready for it. Um, the only thing that we're waiting on is the final dagger in the heart. That's basically what we're waiting for. I'm not waiting for. I'm keeping my eye out on things like that could come up out of nowhere. This is like what I'm referring to you guys as far as the sometime at the end of this month, something to come out of nowhere um, that will be either good for this for us or just can kick in longer. Till the end of the year or so, until things happen. As far as market conditions, is there now with a stroke of a pen they can make it go away for a few months until we come back to it again. So my duty, and obviously your duty in this community, is to try to be first on this, recognize if this is it, like we anticipate, and not just FOMO in and expect anticipate that this is definitely it. It just has to be it. Um, we want to be sure, that this is it, so that if it's not, we don't expose ourselves to a catastrophic, FOMO style loss and an emotional breakdown. Those are big. Um, Plus, AB's got to share something with you guys. He's very thrilled. He's very happy. Thank you to the Lord for everything. Um, it's all good. How's it going, brother? Um, Mario Panulo, Mr. Panulo, how are you doing, my friend? Um, and a Hooser is in the house. A Hauser is in the house. Hopefully, we see 9 or lower than blast off very soon. I'm going to tell you soon in just a few minutes, Hauser, if that's definitely in the works as we anticipate or not. As far as what I think. And Future Whale, what's up, my brother? I haven't seen you in a minute. I obviously dearly missed as always. And Brendan and Ella, and Ella's Brendan. um, they kept us under a few cents. Green day, green today. Well, yes, it is for sure. I mean, all the borrowing. all the stuff that they borrowed just so that they can do this. Um, so yeah, I would look at it as a green day. Gloria, how are you doing, my friend? So I don't know how to share this, but Pops was done with his procedure today, so it was good. Finally, he's got a cast around his arm because of the procedure they did to his heart, and he's good. But AB was busy with um, today. I had a bunch of doctor's appointments, and I was done. Not too long ago, around 3ish. Um, and um, I want to thank obviously the Lord and the family I have, and all of you guys, and on everything. Obviously, life is definitely never taken for granted. It's an amazing thing that we are blessed with. Like that God basically gives us, and He grants us those this thing called life, and we are to return the soul. There's one thing to be living, and it's not tied up to your soul, and your soul is a sanctuary that you were given the keys to, and you are to return it um, as beautiful as the Lord have entrusted you with it. You know, our soul is not ours; it's something that is given to us. And, anyways, with that being said, um, healthfully, it's not looking too good for AB. So we will see by June the 13th what will eventually be uh, the case here. What would be it? Um, just give me one moment, guys. Okay, AB is back. Um, thank you, Pabloco. Thank you. Yeah, he's good. He's good right now. He's in great hands right now. But yeah, um, um, I don't know why I'm doing this right now, but you know, like kind of in shock of things. Hey, things comes at you fast in life, guys. But I don't know. You got to be as optimistic. But AB's is basically exposed to liver cancer. So just one moment, guys. So we're good. Thank you, Leah. After all, that's what we got. Of course, in my opinion. Um, so let's see. Of course, nothing is. I'm not. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you so much. Um, Mr. Panulo, you guys are all amazing. This is why I call you guys family. Um, nothing is finalized for sure yet. Um, they gotta do a biopsy thing, small little piece they gotta cut out of the the liver to see if it's indeed what it is or where it's at, because they can't tell. They can only do some blood work, and we are doing it. Um, so I don't. I'm not. I'm not. I'll be honest with you guys. Um, it's not the shock of it that is hitting me. It's to always constantly think, and I always say this is so funny that this is happening. Um, but you want to go as clear and as clean um, to your 1 second. I am so sorry, guys. AB is being stupid. Um, but yeah, um, you know, is just shock when you hear it. For me, specifically speaking here, me personally, uh, is the first thought that came in my head has been, or until now, is if this is true, um, have I wronged, uh, people along my journey in my way? Um, I don't want anyone to, stand in Judgment Day, the real Judgment Day, at least speaking here. I don't want anyone to stand up, in front of the Most High and say this person have wronged me or have done anything to me or owes me. Uh, so if I've offended any of you guys in any shape or form, please forgive AB. Espresso is really good. This is also possibly, or most likely, the last hookah you'll see live. Oh my god. You'll see ever in general. Oh, yeah. Okay. I promise. I hope this is the last time. Maybe let's be stupid and get up. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. All right. Let's get on with the show. Again, like I said, nothing is final. This is just another test from the Most High, and I'm well ready and prepared for it. So the Lord doesn't give us anything that we can't bear or handle, and sometimes when it's beyond our reach or sight, he gives it to us, some things to us that we just don't see. He sees the greater good for it in it for us, but we just can't see and comprehend. And who are we to? So moving on. All right, let's see some of the comments first. I'm pretty sure people are gonna be like, "What the hell is going on with AB?" Just like shares from proxy voting, AB is also missing. Yeah, sorry. I promise. I promise. I'm not like the proxy shares. Uh, Mrs. Tahiti, how are you doing? Saying hi to Gloria. KGW, how are you, my friend? Whimsy Chick, how are you, my friend? AB Plus, please come to MD Anderson Cancer here in Houston. My fiance and family has fought and won the cancer battle. Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. Yeah, I'm in. You know, um, right now it's it's like I said. It was a shocker. It was definitely a shocker for sure. But like I said, they're gonna do a biopsy procedure here in June sometime, way before the 13th. I know that for a fact, and we I shall know for sure after the biopsy, what happens. It's a small little procedure. They cut out a small piece of your liver, and they put it under a test and see how far, if you are, if you're not, and if you're not, obviously it's good, and if you are, then they tell you also what stage you're in, and things like that. I thought that was a notification saying like AMC is 900% up in after hours. I know you guys are waiting for that message. It's gonna come. It's coming. Appreciate it, Pabloco. Thank you, brother. Peter Jefferson, what's up, brother? We got Ray Dalio in the play now, and he doesn't lose ever. Confidence is up along with short interest percentage. Yes, it is indeed. Um, Even days to cover is higher. Everything is higher, which is very good. Uh, Kim A. I think life is fair. I think depending on how you look at it, of course, from the the loved ones, from the loved ones side, it's not fair, but it's I think it's more than fair for the individual itself. To meet what their what's part of their journey in life. Um, the journey was, again, for loved ones that no words can explain or show why. Um, it's okay, or no words can bring it up, sum it up. But I can, like I said, for the individual themselves, um, you know, the Lord always um, takes care of every one of His children, singularly. So whatever you do, um, no one, whatever I do, none of you guys will ever have to atone for. Uh, whatever anyone does, they atone for their own. So yeah, it's all good. Damn, bro. Me too, brother. Me too. Thank you. It's all good. I appreciate it. It's all good. It's all good. Thank you, Mrs. Tahiti. Thank you. Thank you in the clutch. Uh, you guys are such an amazing family that no one can replace for sure. Um Thank you, Gloria. I appreciate you. Wow, you guys are amazing. Like, seriously, you guys are bringing, while it's supposed to be tears on the eyes, you guys are bringing happiness to the heart that battles the tears, to come down. So, and it's definitely working. You guys are the best. I appreciate it. It's all good. Wow. Thank you. Again, thanks, Gloria. I appreciate it. Um, Never, you are completely sincere and have a wonderful demeanor. Thank you, Hanzo. I appreciate it. Wow. Mrs. Tahiti, I thank God that I met you and every single person in here for sure. No, AB is not going to stop, making videos. At the end of the day, even if it is confirmed and it is true, that only is only going to open up another door for me. And I know what that door is. It's a door that it's always been a door of my, like, kind of my goal in life, which is to go and spread the seeds of hope, um, and visionary skills, across the planet. And if this was to be true, then I don't have to worry about making it a global scale, like big one. Um, I can just start with what I can, uh, for the moment, and continue on with it until that moment comes. Okay. Wasim Banu, I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. And Whimsy, I'm definitely if it is true and it is confirmed, I'm definitely gonna fight for it, and I'm definitely gonna definitely come and check out MD Anderson. That's very good. Uh, you know, help. Thank you. Wow, Mrs. Tahiti, that friend just gave an amazing advice for sure, an outlook on everything. Mickey J the goat. Yes, it is. It is growing like crazy. Well, I'm Adrian Fernandez. How are you, my brother? Well, please thank moms for me, and if she's watching, that's an honor for me. You know, to be called as such. So I'm humbled, and I'm definitely very shy. So I'm great, brother. How are you? All right. I'm glad I caught up with the comments. Sorry for the little glitches here and there, taking times off. And let's get started, guys. So, uh, as you can see, as you saw today, guys, the crypto stayed in its realm, tater tot, stayed in its zone and stayed in its realm. 4 or 5% down, but it really is not down. I know it looks red, but you got to remember yesterday, the day before yesterday, throughout the weekend, Bitcoin was up 4 or 5%. So therefore, it's just kind of erasing the gains that it had, further proving a possibility of more of a bear market and a downtrend um, in the crypto realm. Which we can also understand why. Now, here's what I was talking about cryptically a little bit ago, when I was saying sometime in this month, toward the end of this month. And remember, guys, I did leave out cryptic messages before. Um, there is something that is going to come up, that through that something we're going to know if there is going to be some more can kicking down the road, or if this, because the setup is it. This is the setup. We're there. Now our job, our mission for the family, all of us, and anybody that can come up with something that could help with this mission, uh, would be definitely great. Um, because at this point, it's all there. It's just about alerts, being alert, and knowing, the things that come out. So, Mickey J, we are in the CIA, in our family's CIA. um, so what we're gonna figure out, or what we're gonna pay attention to on the news with this, we're gonna be looking for one. First of all, we're going to be looking for that executive order on the third, re-pushed. If they want it to be, we want him to sign it and to make all that collateral go to zero. That happens. That's it, guys. Squeeze time. Again, in my opinion, no financial advice. We'd be ready to pack up and continue going, because they just can't use those that worthless Chinese bond in for getting more collateral and constantly keep kicking the can down the door, down the road. Now, here's one good thing about all this talk so far: it's inevitable. That's like, just to back away and zoom out of this. Squeeze is inevitable. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Like, all you see, everything that is happening around us, as far as you have, you know, they're literally living. Most of these hedge funds and most of these banks are literally living day to day, based on small little pump and dumps stocks, which even if they go up 300-400%, 500%, doesn't matter. For us, that's a lot of individually, retail individually, that's a lot of turnaround. But for them, that's nothing. That barely pays the fees on some of the shorts that they have opened, and the cost to borrow to continue shorting them, to continue getting more to short them. So they're not even paying their dues, and they're hanging on a tick, and they're off the cliff, or the cliff already. It's not like they're almost tripping, or they're going toward the cliff. No, they already fell off the cliff. They're just hanging on with one hand and one arm. Um, and they get a lifeline, through one of the things is going to be that June 3rd order, executive order. If it's kicked down the road and it's not signed and passed and it's kicked down the road, then you need to keep your eyesight on a can kick down the road until whenever that is done again. So, like when they did back in June of 2021, remember when we had the first initial run up with the AMC and we were up 75 up to $74. Um, and obviously Biden came in and said, hey, push this down until June 3rd of 2022. So when that happened, that basically, can kicked it a whole year, the whole process. Of course, it was back then, it was not impossible, but it was very hard to believe that this was going to get through a whole year until the end of the year, and then a new year, January, February, March of 2022. If you've been in those realms and those times back then, I totally get where you're coming from. It was impossible for you to see this, that we're here right now still speaking about this. Um, and I know, I understand. I was surprised myself. But that also only gave me and you guys more insight on how this whole thing really works out with these guys. Like, these guys really, like, this shows you a clearer picture on whose side, who takes care of who. Is it possibly that this thing is so big that it's beyond even them hating us or not liking us? It's just impossible to cover. I think there's some truth to that. I think there's a lot of truth to that. I think that has a lot more to do with it than any other reason, um, because of how much scrutiny they have done. And this is where hypocrisy really kicks in. The time where, if me or you, the average citizen, were to commit some sort of inconvenience that results obviously something, and it results in some sort of inconvenience, or it hurts someone else, or we broke the law in a way, we're going to pay our price exact. They will charge it per the penny. Where for these guys, things are getting pushed around, rearranged. Eventually some people are going to pay, but is it going to be equivalent to the amount of the crime? I don't even think that's is going to be half when it's all said and done. But we are going to be filthy rich. That's one thing I can tell you. Um, for the ones that are after, specifics and market cleanup and everything, um, they're going to be let down with this when it comes to this. But again, the mission is to keep your eye out on the news of these collateralized assets. If you hear anything, any of you guys, now it's many of us, so we can all go ahead and, if we see it somewhere, we can share it, whether on the Discord that I shared the link to in the top of the, you know, the stream, or you can definitely just come on to one of the lives and say, hey, this just happened, and reach out to one of us. At the end of the day, we're all in the same realm. We're all family in the same place. So yes, we're gonna keep an eye on that. To that, another eye to keep on. Another thing to keep our eye out on for is for the crypto market to actually do what we to never take our eye out from what just happened there. I mean, that Ocean's 11, Ocean's 12 job that we're done, that was done over there. That's what I call it. They did it on Ocean's 11 on on the crypto. You know what happened with Luna, and obviously how it affected a catastrophic effect on all the other cryptos, as far as Bitcoin, Ethereum, and all those coins there. There, we have not seen the comeback from that yet, because right now that strong support of 30K, 31K for Bitcoin have transformed into a somewhat, is like it's 50-50 between support to hard resistance. And now that it's down there, you have to think about the two people that got hit really big out of this. One, MicroStrategy; two, Tesla. MicroStrategy is completely pumped by BlackRock. So for BlackRock to do what it did with Citadel, there's something going to be in it for MicroStrategy, because BlackRock is not going to just shoot themselves in the foot. They're the biggest investor, one of the top three biggest investors in MicroStrategy, which happens to be the biggest institutional holder of Bitcoin at 31, I think 30 to 31K. So why would they want to expose their asset or their investment to a loss, knowing them by doing what they're doing is going to cause them a loss, and maybe a win in one side, but a big loss on another side? Now, maybe it's not as a big loss because, again, uh, it's as low as, I think their holdings. We could do it right now. We can calculate for sure how much loss that they have. Um, we have. mm, 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 mm. It has more than 129,200 tokens. So we'll just go ahead and sum it up and say 129,000. Um, so they were in the red for about almost $300,000. MicroStrategy, that was it. When Bitcoin was around 28,000, I'm assuming here, because I'm assuming that I'm going off their balance. Their average was in around 30 to 31. We just made it 30,000 on each one that's purchased, which means mathematically the payout from what BlackRock and allegedly and Citadel did with the crypto realm last week, mathematically speaking here, it was worth it for them, because they're only seeing that it's going to rebound off of that, and their MicroStrategy holdings are for long term in general. So they're okay to dance in the waters. Right now, what could happen is, if there is a lot, here's the one person we left out, the second person, which was Tesla. I think that they're trying to feel each other out to see where each person's finances are. And here's the thing: what are the odds that this thing that just happened with the crypto was a way for them to try to ground Elon Musk from having to go ahead, like kind of a warning for him, like, hey, you've been doing what you've been wanting to do, kind of like a rock star or like a cowboy in the last year or so. Okay, we need to let you know that there are still big people out here. Yeah, you could be the richest man, but we outwealth you together. Who are we? They made themselves clear or heard on that night, because I think him trying to purchase Twitter and now that deal is on ice, is on hold. Um, hey, there's a lot. I mean, it makes sense to me. I could see foul play here, where this is I'm attacking you, but really my the purpose of me attacking is not really to attack you, it's for them. So I say something to you, but the words are for such and such ears when they hear it. So when they got hit, when Bitcoin got hit and the other cryptos like Ethereum got hit, because Tesla's exposure is to more than one cryptocurrency, that dropped more of the evaluation. And Tesla and Elon Musk, his whole wealth, majority of his wealth is linked to his Tesla or SpaceX obviously shares and doing. So if just like the Facebook guy or Bezos, when their respective companies fell in evaluation, the rest fell. Their own wealth rankings fell as well. Um, this definitely has a space. There's a good conversation for this, for sure. Now, whether it be it the case or not, possibly, no one is going to tell. They're going to keep it between themselves. Um, if that kind of thing. Another thing was that I spoke about this the other day. Was the possibility of, okay, the market maker or the Kenny boy, obviously he declared once before that he's going into that realm. He finally believes in it because he was always against crypto, and then he changed his whole mindset on it and everything. So with him having to get in, he saw the prices. They're like, this is overinflated. I'm not coming in on this. So he needed to itch or carve himself a location or a spot into the crypto market by force, tooth and nail speaking. um, and what they did gave him the opportunity to come in and scoop up what was sold out. That has a big possibility as well for it to be the case, because as you can see, when it dropped, it regained, of course, not all its all-time levels or back to the 40s or perhaps to the 50s and possibly even to the new all-time high of $69,000. But instead, it dropped periodically at some point to 25K plus some change. And now it's back up to the 30, 29, 30. And the other cryptos have gained a certain amount, I would say, of percentage back. It looked like someone came in and gobbled up what the market was selling off. That's basically what I'm trying to get to you. And that conversation is very good conversation to have, and it's a possibility for it, because he needs to have skin in the game. He needs to be in, but he didn't want to be in on a high note. So he needed to bring Mount Everest back down to earth before, you know, trying to climb it up again. And then we know these guys, they don't climb. These guys, they fly themselves up and they get there. So that's the two things we need to keep our eyes on. If crypto skyrockets to an all-time high or starts skyrocketing again, that means we are getting ready for a long summer of hold, buy and hold. And I'm not saying this in a way in where you should get discouraged or anything. Come on, guys, we've been in, some of us by September, like me, it will be 2 years. So right now, that the thought of I can't do this anymore, that shouldn't even be there. You've already survived what you should have got out of a long time ago. Like, you get what I'm trying to say here. The point is, if I've survived, personally speaking here, all the stupidity that happened in the past year and a half and almost 2 years now, and I'm not saying survived as in like I was able to get by. No, like I passed on a lot of opportunities to sell. A lot of opportunities. You yourself, I know you asked yourself this question from time to time. I know each one of you ask yourself that question. Some of you in here might be before the June 2021 run up, and you constantly keep hitting yourself, um, and saying that, hey, why didn't, what if I did sell and bought back? It doesn't look like this thing went anywhere. I could have sold at the 60s or the 70s, even the 50s, and bought back the 18s. Right now, I would be a millionaire. I know this talk or these thoughts have come across your minds, guys. But here's the counter effect to it. If we all did that back then or at some point throughout this movement, this whole movement would have been done a long time ago. Remember what I was always telling you? They want the buy mindset. They just don't want the hold. And that's what they're afraid of the most. The second we let the hold mindset go in a collective manner, that's the second where they're no longer afraid of what the effect of this whole play is. Obviously, they know that they grab majority of the things or the shares that could catastrophically end them, or majority of them. So they'll clean up, do a lot of cleanup. They'll let this thing run. This thing is going to run regardless if people give up on it or not. It's going to run regardless. Now, if people don't give up on this thing is has that the ability to have that name, the finisher, the squasher, that whatever word you want to name AMC is or refer to AMC as. But this play will squash the entire other side off a shore if people don't cave in to that whole the next time it runs up, take advantage of it. Sell. It's not going to go nowhere. Stock market is here every day. It's going to go back down. You buy in again. The problem with that is psychologically, that is, I mean, they're trying to mold you or carve out the ideas that came into your head, or whoever taught you or told you to just hold, buy and hold. Because that's a big problem for them, not only here. This is one of the battles in a long ongoing war that will never end until mankind's last breath. Uh, Financial freedom is always something, unfortunately, to be won than to be given, where it should be the other way around. That's why I've always said that I had big issues, a lot of problems with this world that we live in, um, because of the structure and the setup that it was. Many things like financial stability and all that stuff, that should be something that is given. It's not something that you really, and again, I understand a lot of you are like, no, what's the point? Then what do you tell the person that works hard? Um, no, financial stability is something that can be given through hard work. Um, in this system that we're in right now, today, in this world that we lived in, even in the past history, periodically there was moments where through certain regimes or empires there was some like 60 years or 40 years during the reign of one of these historic figures where the world was a much better place. But then for the most part, um, things have been completely screwed up for humans in general. There's always been a smaller entity, smaller amount of people, group of people that control the majority. So the minority has always been controlling the majority for the entirety of human history, and mankind itself. It's always been about power, and as we got further in life, as far as now where we at, the form of power at some point it was within actual strength. That was your power. Who you kill, you take their things, and that was like medieval times. We got to a point now where in the 20th century, this whole thing of banking came around, and banks, which initially, as it was able to carve out, one moment, guys. back. Sorry. Um, there was some conversations going on, and you know, I tried to. I was hoping that you guys were not in onto those conversations. Um, so yes, so these banks carved or gave birth to control within means and money and power. You know, and they saw that, hey, how can we even control an entity or control a world, the world itself, through this? Well, one, you need the infrastructure, which was through banks. They made the banks. Um, they got the money. They got every country in the world to adopt that infrastructure. The infrastructure became the same no matter what country in the world you're in. The universal language there is banks are all the same. Take it from me. Trust me. Interest rates are high no matter where you go. And of course, higher some places than other. But this is how you can keep and maintain that strong grip on the people or on the whole entire planet through paper monetary system, because now everybody that lives in this ecosystem, which is us, the herds, that's how they refer to us, the herds that they want to control, or they want to patrol in other words, is through tying you up financially to this whole system. I mean, I'm going to tell you two things that could obviously break all that pyramid scheme and all that stuff. Um, One of them is through their own self, their own doing, which is what we're doing right now. They did this, they're doing this, and now they want us to reverse it and let go. Please, shouldn't have stuck my hand there. It's hurting right now. Please let it go. This is them, and we're the ones who's biting on it. The way that we can let go, and if you trust that those entities, the minority group that is out there to control you, is by letting go and actually do trust in them. And you let go, no more holding. And then next thing you know, these entities grow stronger. You let them go. Now they know how to close that gap. First, they need to get out of this. And once they're out, then they can go ahead and plan out your destruction and plan out a different pyramid scheme, because that's never going to end. Control is always going to be part of these certain men out there in this life, and it gets passed down from them to others that are like them, that want this kind of ecosystem to coexist the way that it does. You know, Kim A mentioned earlier and said life isn't fair. In this sense, I definitely totally agree with you. It is not fair for that. Now, as far as why is it happening, why is that, we can't blame obviously the higher power for this. These individuals are evil. They're a certain group, a certain amount. They're not obviously the majority. We have the power, but they can control us through our monetary system because everybody bought into that system. Um, Let me rephrase it like this. If I was to make $1 million challenge right now for someone to go ahead and whatever it is that I ask of them to do for that challenge, if that million outweighs the consequence, will they do it for that $1 million? For I'll even make it closer. If I said go ahead and punch that cop, and for this $1 million, they know that, oh, assaulting an officer, that's major offense. But how much will I do time for this? They will think about that. Why? Because a million is a million. People are are brought into this world clean slate, clean paper, clean everything, until they get diluted with the corruption of this world that we live in. Um, so yeah, going back to my original point, the financial stability, keys to financial stability should be given. If you do this in this world, like you pick a trade or whatever it is, and you do this, that means he fills in. Everybody fills a position, but their fruits of that, whatever they're doing, comes all back to them, which means they grow wealth, which is, in other words, the keys to all. Uh, the keys to financial stability is a given in that world. If we live in that world that AB is talking about, um, in this world, no, we need the trade. The same job still got to get done. But when you do it, you're doing it for someone else. You're taking fractions of what the person who's benefiting off of you, which is in this world that we live in, the small percentage, the 1%ers, they're the ones who's collecting your real hard work. They're skimming off of your work. And it's going to continue to be something like that. It's always going to be like this until, it's a completely different world, and a makeup, complete different pyramid makeup that we make ourselves, and we stand up to, and we're not going to do anything but that, because we are the power, ours, us. I'm trying to also watch every word that I say so I wouldn't be labeled as a revolutionist and whatever. Uh, and get attacked and all that stuff and all that crazy stuff. My intent are good, guys. Just so the family knows. But for anyone who's not in the family or hasn't been part of the family yet, I just want you to know that, for whatever that's worth, my intents are good. My intents are to, of course, I would love to live in a much happier world. But since I see how far it is, um, the fight is never over. Um, you know, as a human being, I can't help but to try to get a little, uh, what I want to say, cute here, and say I would love it to happen in my lifetime. So if it does, I'm definitely I'll be very happy for that. If it doesn't, it's that's just how life has been for humans. Um, it's important. For why is it fair that I understand that companies that you go work for example, a plumber, this is a better example for also what I'm saying in this world versus the other world that I'm speaking of. Um, in this world right now, Roto Rooters, if you guys know that company, that's just, an example I'm using. They're big in that plumbing industry. They hire a lot of plumbers. They get paid them hourly and whatnot. But the way you get paid is by job, and you get bonus to it and commission and all that kind of stuff. So they're making money 100%, and they're losing money 0%, as long as there's a job, they're getting paid, they're not doing the work, and on top of that, they get to lose zero money. They don't have to pay you until you get a job and you have to complete it. So the pressure is all on you. You're doing all the work. They are providing one thing, because again, it's kind of like visiting people in the middle of the night and knocking on the door, even if you're friends with them, and you say, "Hey," and it's like, "What? You know what time it is?" Um, and you totally just want to visit. This is odd. This is bad timing. That's what they're going to be like. Or what are you doing here? Um, so so basically they're providing you with the equipment, which could cost you, because again, look at the world that we live in. If you sum it all up, this is the top of the line machine, this is top of the line machine, blah blah blah. You can't go get loans to get this started on your own, to your own business. We provide you all this, and we give you all this, and you have no overhead, and anytime you want to leave, you can just walk out. They teach you to be lazy, teach you to be not as interested in uh, learning business. Be a visionary. If you don't get something, go and understand it and figure it out. Don't just be in the loop and just join the ranks of where they want to throw you in. And that's ultimately year after year, generation after generation, it built. This is the product right now that we live in. This is what made the world that we live in, or the America that we live in, the America we live in today. because it wasn't always like this. Even though as a 33-year-old, I know I'm not the best statistically speaking here person set up here to speak about history, but I did keep my eyes and my brain, and I did follow along with many things and events that happen in history and many different civilizations in different parts in this world, to understand our human history better, to know where we possibly can be, you know, in the future. So, anyways, enough of that rant. But I was just trying to give you small bits and pieces every time of why it was crucial. And now you can see why AB, since he was 21, since he was 18, he laid out the plans, but since he was 21, he was working for himself. And I would love to see that for every single person, not only in here, but in this entire world, because it would make it so much more influential. Oh my God, the potential that we have. Could you imagine a group of scientists not having to work for a certain entity or answer to someone, but there is obviously overhead and certain regulations they have to abide by? Like there is a group or there is a law above them and what they have to go through, but they don't really have to create what some other man wants. Obviously, most men want more missiles, stronger ones, bigger ones. Can you imagine if scientists really put all their work into what their visionary scientist mind could really come up with? Could you imagine the uh, a group of, like, this is endless. The possibilities are endless. Can you imagine a group of enthusiasts or people who care about a cleaner environment? Can you imagine if everybody in the whole world had access to each other, and those certain groups went and started taking initiatives and planting trees and cleaning oceans and cleaning lands and taking garbage out of this and that, one by one in each different realm? If those groups that are representing that realm, whether it's plumbing, whether it's mechanics, whether it's production and factories, if all these people are not mitigated or stuck and within parentheses, based on one or two or a small amount of individuals that have a different monetary purpose or a different purpose than what that scientist is for. I mean, again, when man made rockets, that's the best example to show you why science is perfect, but it was used wrongfully. And in this case, the only way that it came out is because clearly the ones in power above wanted something disgusting and scary like that to come out. And that's why we live in the world that has these kind of things, because we all know the majority do not want to deal with this stuff. The majority of the people in the world want to live a life. It doesn't matter how long or short it is, whatever the case may be, but they just want to live a life, pass it on to their loved ones and their children, and life goes on. It doesn't stop for anyone. And it hurts me a lot to see so many people throughout history lost their one life on some other man's or somebody else's cause. Um, Whether in obviously wars and whatever, Putin can't get along with this guy or this guy, and look at the millions that have to die because of these two. How does that make any sense? We need everybody to wake up. Um, okay, back to the market now. Let me see the comments first. I know I'm pretty sure people are like, what the hell is AB talking about? Folks, how are you? Tater tot, smash, 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 smash. Thank you, thank you. Ryan Lawrence, what's up, my friend? Are we going to squeeze, or it's going to be a settlement? No, there's going to be no settlements. I'll tell you that, Ryan Lawrence. Again, I am not a financial advisor. I can't for a fact 100% tell you there is none, but that never happened in life. There's no such thing like that that could happen, because a settlement, think of it from a perspective of a divorce. Okay, not that I've ever gotten divorced or married, but in divorce, it takes forever. such a nasty business and all that, because both parties, especially the receiving party, is never satisfied with the amount of settlement that they're going to get from this lawsuit or from this court. In the same time, the giving party is never satisfied with how much it has to give. It feels like it's obviously overgiven. So you're never gonna, like, it's not gonna be a solve. If they want to do a settlement, it's not gonna be a solved situation out of that. Like, no one is gonna come up with a solution, because you and me and let's say there's 10 million AMC shareholders. Those 10 million, at least possibly two of those 10 million could be saying, I want nothing less than 100,000 a share. And maybe two other million might say, I want nothing less than 50,000 a share. And then, you get my point here. So everybody's all over the board. There is not a cutoff price that they could satisfy everybody with. And they could, I understand, they could come out and say, okay, well, hypothetically speaking here, $2,000 a share, take it or leave it. It's up to you. You deal with the problem. Um, that doesn't solve the issue, because that right there is admission to the scrutiny and the shittiness, which opens them up lawfully to a lot of lawsuits that are coming after. And they just specifically admitted that, okay, by them giving us an offer and saying this is all you could get, they open themselves up legally for much bigger losses. I know a lot of creators have been saying stuff like this, but unfortunately, they just stop thinking right there at that point. Like, I know it makes sense that they could say, hey, can we just get this over with, and I pay you this much per share, and can we get this over with and get it over to the other side? Um, we are not in uh, some third world country or something where the average mind can accept something like that. The second they do something like that is when lawyers would get out their brush and bring this special case of butter, start buttering this thing up, because it's going to be a lot of lawsuits coming in. So settlement, no. Squeeze, AB thinks for sure yes. Um, no squeeze, that's the third option that you didn't include in here, Ryan Lawrence. The third option, which is no squeeze and nothing, means the government or the entire system gave the middle finger to all its citizens and all the retail investors, and making it, in other words, because the institutions have, I'm pretty certain they made all their money back, uh, because they've been lending out their shares and receiving premium for it. So if they do something like that of no squeeze, means middle finger to all of us, which in turn also catastrophically affects them um, down the line. Everybody pulls out the rest of their money from other stuff, starts resenting the states. Everything's going to be bad. Revolutionary mindsets will start going crazy. Uh, it all points to one option: squeeze. Again, not financial advice, but that's the only way I see it. Veronica Chase, how are you, my friend? Good evening, AB. From Washington, D.C. Yes, a storm is coming. We have opened a Pandora box. I'm so glad I'm here with you and this family here. Well, obviously, I'm more honored and more happy that you are here with us, because a family is better and better the bigger it gets. I come from a big family. Guy got a Glock. Uh-oh. What's good, AB and crew? How's it going? Tony's Fedefino, one of the OGs. How are you, brother? Oh, look at that. We got Jason Scott is in the house. Let's effing go. Yes, indeed. Sammy boy. How are you, my friend? What's up? What else do we have here? Ah, Maddox. How are you, my friend? They need money to move. It hurt them if our money is still. Yes. Or if our money is taken out. Just adding on to that statement, which is you're 100% true about that, correct about that, Maddox. Um, Maddox, That's why if we pull our money out of banks, we will crush them instantaneously. Yes, 100%. They can't live without our money. That is true. They can't live without our money, but they also can't live with us holding. They don't want that. They're like, what? It's like, can't live with them and can't live without them. That's how they look at us. Yes, Maddox. Ooh, I need to highlight this right here. Um, is it? Did this just get on the front of the screen or no? I want to know if that's how that works. But Maddox said, "Uno momento, por favor." Okay. I pinned it, but it did not go on the middle of the screen like how most of these other guys, because maybe it's the software that they use. Okay, so this is why Maddox said this is why they prey on the lower and middle class with loans, financing, and mortgages. 100%. Catching up, but what's up, everyone? Strong ape grip. Yes, it is. Thank you, Mickey J. I only try to speak what what's definitely on my mind for sure. So I appreciate it. Um, Maddox, exactly 100%. They feed off of us. Yes. AMC's the way Adrian Fernandez. I know that was not a joke. Frankie Muhammad, what's up, brother? I enjoy your videos, man. I can't say it enough, but it was wonderful to see. I know that you just had one hours ago, and I'm gonna go and watch it after I get off from here. Um, but yeah, keep doing your thing, brother, and keep this your community and this community in general, the entire AMC community, blessed and moving on some of the words that you wisdom that you bring out. Um, we did this and we did it for everyone. Yeah, that is the moment that I can't wait for, Mrs. Tahiti. Um, let's see. So true, Mrs. Tahiti. I am so glad my two grandkids knows what I'm doing. Yeah, that's good because they're gonna. You're a visionary person to them. They're gonna, guys, the kids or the grandkids, or whoever the person that you're trying to inspire. This will inspire them tremendously. Take it from me because they're gonna grow with that in them. Right now they're kids, but you're planting that seed right now in them young, to the point where when they get to a mature age, whether 18, 19, 20, they could already grow with a seed that have already been growing strong with them, to a point where eventually it'll be a tree that can't be cut down. And they will be in their own lane. They won't just grow up to be, another product to be thrown into the factory to fill the line with everyone else. And that's just me in general speaking about how human race is being treated. Um, it's important that people give birth to the government. They want you to give birth. This is why they have a lot of issues with abortion now. I mean, obviously, each their own with that whole matter and how you think about it. Um, of course, religiously speaking, again, it's not my business to speak on what somebody else that's going through it. Like the woman is the person that's carrying that child, so it depends on the case. I know I am a very big person of faith, so in my faith, it's never okay to take a life. But again, there are certain different circumstances that happen differently, like in different situations where that person who's going to carry that burden, which in this case is the woman that's going to carry that child, it's no one's opinion. It doesn't make sense for people or governments or laws to speak about them saying no, you by law you should not be able to hold this. Um, And it's not them who's carrying this kid. You know, it's just so ludicrous. And why they don't want you to, I mean, there is a reason why. Because if it didn't matter, they wouldn't give it two craps. Like, you could go ahead, do abortion as much as you want. But the reason why they care is because Social Security, um, you're basically taking away one of their force, potential future force members, and being part of their force. Because when you work, you pay taxes, you pay Social Security, pay 401k, blah, 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 which takes care of the boomer and the previous generation before that, um, in their elderly times. But when it comes time to you, let's say 20, 30, 40 years from now, it's not, none of this is going to be available anymore. I'll tell you how it's right now even possible that it's still available, because most people are not working. So how are these benefits are being still paid? Um, one thing that a lot of people are not looking at are foreign assets, which is people. When foreign people move here, you know, many of them, um, they go and work. Obviously, they don't. The government doesn't want the people who work under the table, because you know they don't pay nothing. They're not here. They're not doing anything. They're not in the system. But the ones that are getting like a student visa, business visa, whatever the case may be, DACA, these people can work. They get work authorization cards, and they pay every tax and every benefit an American gets, but they don't receive any of those benefits. So that's where how these things, and we have a lot of foreign people in the US. That's how I think that majority of these stuff are being paid, or at least why Social Security is extended thus far until this point. Not just only from that, but that's one big factor that pays. I mean, again, remember, if you and I, let's say I'm a foreign person, you're an American citizen, you're working, I'm working, you're paying tax, I'm paying tax, you're paying Social Security, I'm paying Social Security. But when it comes to receiving our benefits, you are entitled to everything. I'm not entitled to anything. So that's another thing that obviously I don't expect any American person to know this unless they look for it or actively search for that answer or for those things. So things are getting worse and worse, guys. And now look at this, the market that we're in, the depression that we're approaching. This is numerically speaking, um, we're set up for a worse crash than the Great Depression of the 1920s. Yeah, I understand right now everybody's like, wow, is it really going to be it? I don't know, man. Wow, what was it like? This was not like a crash in 2008. 2008 was like a acute, acute little, like, you know, if we were comparing this, like, or in terms of tsunamis, there is like a 100-foot wave, which was 2008, and then there is 1,000 to 2,000 feet mega monster tsunami wave height that takes out whatever is in its way. And that is what we are in the works for, guys. Because the world and the government that we're in have been patching for a long time. And one thing we do know about patch job and patching is the second any hole opens up, because you get to a certain extent of patching where you no longer have, like, the whole thing is patched up. One simple hole here means by the time you answer that hole, you have a bigger even hole somewhere else. And by the time you get to that, you already have two or three somewhere else. The whole structure falls, and there's no way of saving it. There's no way of patching it enough in time. Everything is going to drown. The only way you can survive is if you get on your Noah's Ark, uh, and you know, you secure yourself. You have your money. You have your agenda ready for the times to come, and the only thing that can secure you or shield you away from these harsh times is, unfortunately, funds. Again, I don't like saying it like this. I don't like to say funds because I'm not a money hungry kind of person. I love money because what, like, money in the right hands, like when people say money solves all problems, I don't think that is true at all. Money can bring you extra problems, of course. And a lot of you could agree with that statement. But I think that money is great if used properly. Just like the same analogy with life. Life is great. One life is more than enough if you live it out correctly or if you live it out properly. No regrets, never ending, constantly looking forward and constantly thinking, that today is your last day. So you live it up. I'm not saying you think with YOLO every day. Today you're living because you don't know what tomorrow brings. You don't know if tomorrow is your last day. So, same thing with money. Money, since it's an entity that doesn't have a life, but in the same time, it chooses where, like, it doesn't choose you, but it's willing to stay with you for as long as you're willing to hold it, because it eventually moves. The same money moves from hand to hand throughout history, different people amongst different people, and money keeps moving. It never goes with you to your last breath. Like, it can stay with you there, but once you die, your money is gonna go somewhere else. That's just life. That's how money is. So if used properly, money is great if used properly. So that's why it was part of my goal in my future was gonna incur a lot of money, having to travel expenses everywhere and not having to work and stop to pass on the message and all that stuff that I want to pass to people, building the hope, um, of and showing people how they can take care of themselves and their loved ones, um, and eventually plant that seed that is a universal seed that will teach a man and a woman of how to need nothing else out there but themselves and their, um, higher power, whatever that higher power is. Um, and that's all you need in life, honestly. If I know that the Lord is by my side or behind me or he's got my back, then there's no need to for me to worry about anyone else wanting to do anything or any of the other stuff. Like, I don't care what anyone else wants to do, uh, against or to me, because I know that the Lord is by my side. It's easy as that. I'd rather have a lion than 50 sheep. And in this case, I'm not comparing the Lord to a lion, but he's the lion of all lions. So, one moment, I'm holding this. Let me see where we at in the comments. When the movie is made about how the apes destroyed Wall Street, we will be able to tell everybody we're part of that movement, and we accomplished the impossible, fair and legally. I'm doing okay, Brian. That by the way, Adrian, that's entirely very good, entirely true. I can't wait. Uh, I would love to be part of some sort of documentary that speaks about this or whatever, because I could definitely break this down, you know, in whatever way, truthfully, it needs to be broken down as, um, not without having to, give any credits here or there to people that, that don't rightfully deserve it. But because ultimately, this is all for us. The credit is all for retail here. No institute helped it get, no uh, catalyst and none of that stuff. We willed this across the finish line. Nobody shares the credit with us. Not even any institute, not no hedge fund, no nothing, not no major figure, character, nobody. It's a collective, uh, will and drill and like what we did, and we are the ones that deserve all the credit for it, for sure, 100%. Like, no one deserves any credits in this. Not like, if any company comes out and institute and said, "Yeah, we bought AMC," or even Ray Dalio comes out and says, "We bought AMC, and that's why it was the catalyst." Nada, none of that stuff, because the play wouldn't be where it's at, uh, because these companies on their own wouldn't have been able to push the stock to no levels without us. We are what's making this play, or some of the other meme stock plays, a squeeze plays potential, not the institutes, not anything or anyone else. Uh, Radwan showing love to Frankie Mohammed. That Adrian, that's what this turned into. That's what Mrs. Tahiti is saying. Um, at first, I got in for uh, a little bit of money, basically, but now I've worked my entire life. I can do it for the rest of my life. Now it's a different. I'm in this for change. Yes, you're in it for the whole for the long haul now. You don't care. It's either a make or break, and if it's a break, um, yeah, I just don't see the break. I see nothing but a make. And if it's a break, like I said, the country just shot itself in the foot. Not in the foot, sorry, in the kidney, in the heart. It's done after this. If the retail, if all the citizens involved in this and we're just like what, between, they say, 5 to 10 million strong just in AMC alone. Imagine the people in GME. Imagine the people in BBIG only. Imagine the community of MMAT. Imagine the community of BlackBerry. You know, there, like, you're talking. We could easily come up with 50 million meme traders. Yes, I said that number, and I could. We could easily say that that could be a safe number or an estimate of how many people are individually invested in some form of meme stock. Um, and to say give the middle finger to that many, what basically, again, the power is in the numbers. We are their power to the higher side. They just want this power, but they want to be the ones in control of it on top, and that's what they've basically been doing for so many hundreds and thousands of years on this, in this life. So it's I don't see it happening, because if you give the middle finger, if they give the middle finger to the masses or the numbers, then who will they have power over? Over what? Over who? That we will be gone out of the picture. I know a lot of you. I know me. If I'm getting the middle finger out of this, then I want nothing to do with this world again. As far as this regime and how it's structured, I will definitely find a one of those societies that live off uh, grid and they do their thing, and you know uh, live off of, each person has their own thing and they do it in that area. So I'll be in charge of the cheese, they'll be in charge, someone else will be in charge of the butter, whatever, somebody will be in charge of the metals, and we live our life as a community that way, because that will be so much happier and better than having to live in this world, uh, where it's all about obviously the money and what you bring to the table as an individual, as a human, is worthless, except what you bring to the table. A vote after we MOAS that all of North America's currency to remove the saying, "In God we trust." Surely he doesn't approve of all the corruption America is involved with. No, I mean, of course, God does not approve of any injustice anywhere on this planet. Uh, but for sure, the little that is in control up there does not speak for the majority. Uh, Most people that are still looking at that currency, at that dollar or whatever, and we see that saying that says, "In God we trust," majority of us are representatives of that. Of course, maybe not many people in the office, which but this is the way that it is. Crypto's changing a lot of that. You guys will see. Yep, Mrs. Tahiti, I just read your comment. This is exactly how it is. They're gonna definitely make so much money off of this. We did this whole thing, but they're gonna bring one of their actors, possibly Bradley Cooper or something, and he's gonna play the limitless role in this case, and he's gonna be the person who's like playing Roaring Kitty or something, and they add their touches to it, and then they're gonna bring in institution hedge fund managers like Ray Dalio, uh, and and like in one of the scenes make him like a godfather or something, glorify him, and then he comes in and he puts the final touch on the chest, or whether it's him or it's Elon Musk, and have it the way that they want to have it, to give the credit ultimately to other people, not for how retail screwed up Wall Street. But don't worry, we're gonna have a lot of money. I think that the bunch of documentaries and a bunch of movies are gonna come out about this, and each one is gonna have a different narrative. I think we'll have eventually, when the time comes, we'll have enough money to do our own. I'll be interested in making our own documentary. I don't care what it will cost, uh, and with the right amount of budget and money. Again, the only reason why the upper side has been controlling the lower side is because they created the monetary system and they control most of it. So that was an angle that they have helped controlled. So basically, we're fighting them in their own backyard. We live in their backyard, even though the whole grid is ours. So um, yeah, we'll make our own movies. We'll make our own. That we don't have enough money. We're gonna have a lot of apes that are gonna have a lot of you know a lot of money and financial stability to push many agendas across our agendas across. If the Most High be with us, who can stand against us? Ah, man, Mickey J, you're the goat. That gave me goosebumps. Mick, not male. I know, Mr. Tahiti. I got you. Uh, Angel, how are you doing, my friend? Hey, AB, I hope all is well. Lou just posted a video about Sri Lanka. Very sad. He said it will be the future of America. Uh, I'll tell you, I haven't seen obviously this video that Lou have posted. Obviously, I'm here, but I'll tell you this: it's impossible for that to happen here. Again, this is how, and I'll tell you what I mean by it's impossible. This is how people give people um, some narrative, and they expect you to, you know, not know much about it or see the horrific pictures and what's happening in that region, tell you this will happen or could happen to you, and now emotionally you're tied up to this, and you think that. Here's why this will not happen in the US. Because before, even if it does happen, before it even happens, everything will be done. Think of Rome. Okay, because you can't compare Sri Lanka to the US. Why? Because we're not in the same realm as that. The US is an empire that, when history remembers it, besides what, it doesn't matter where you think of the US as what, good or bad, but history will remember it as one of the empires that was at the top of the helm of control, basically the world leader in power, just like Rome was at once. The Greeks at some point, the Ottomans at one point, the Islamics at some point, um, the Mongols at one period. I mean, and we can keep going. Every sector almost had obviously its, or every area had its dominance or days or times of dominance, um, and it depends on the region. Now, the US will always be, like I said, in history, will go down to be remembered as one of the most powerful, and in its time, in its prime, obviously, it's the strongest dog on the block. That's just, I mean, nothing can change that. That's the reality, right? When something or some entity of that big, uh, you know, magnitude or of that much influence and power in this world, they don't fall out like this. Here's what I'm going to tell you. It's a little hard to explain, but before a US become like a Sri Lanka, there will be no more US. Hopefully you get what I'm trying to say here. There will not be a US before it gets to the Sri Lanka style of how life is like there. Trust me, I know it's terrible. Again, I came from Jordan, beautiful country as a kid. Um, it's not a third world country, but living conditions is like a third world country. So in Jordan, if you're poor, you're screwed. If you're rich, you are a different kind of rich. That's how it's like in Jordan. There's no middle class anymore there. Um, yeah, if you're rich, you're like unbelievably rich. Like, what are you gonna do with all that money, rich? Um, and if you're poor, you're how are you even living poor? There's no in between the lines. Sri Lanka is similar. You can compare a Sri Lanka situation to Jordan. Yes, very alike at their top, at their bottom. They're not controlling states or world moving global forces. No, they're always reactionary. So if India or China was to start its world expansion, or they say they want to be the next global power, then Sri Lanka will be the kind of state that would basically see its challenge will be which player should I join? So, in other words, again, saying that if Sri Lanka happens to the US, if the same of Sri Lanka happens to the US has already been gone and there will be no US as you know it. It's impossible for that to happen here, guys. Again, no matter how bad the situation gets and all that stuff, we have so much, and so many resources here ourselves, even though we're not willing to go through it that way. But we have so many. We don't need the any country in the world. Technically, the US doesn't need anyone. It's one of those countries similar to Venezuela. It has every natural resource and anything it could need for it to not need any other country in the world for any living reason. And for the US at that point, for us to get to a Sri Lanka style, that means the US was vanquished off of the face of Earth. Think of it like that. So I hate when certain creators or certain people try to control or push their narrative and kind of get you to tune into them more when by fear. And I feel like this is what they're doing. You know, they give you something that is very horrific, but it's in no way of or shape or form close to the example that they're using here. You cannot bring the same Sri Lanka or any other country in the world unless it's a world power. Like I could see why you would bring Russia, and we could even have a conversation, or China and versus the U.S., and you can make a very valid conversation worth having because they're in the same talk. But Sri Lanka is small. It's not, you can't. It's not, and this has nothing to do with military power. This is just about your exports, your imports, what you do, what you have access to. We have more gold than any country in the world. This narrative that these people are pushing to you, chicken at 90,000 and whatnot. Yes, this is just because it fits the agenda of these hierarchies to make money. The higher it goes, the more money these guys make. You think it's retail like you and I that making money in that market when everything gets more expensive? No, that's just transfer of wealth. Don't get me wrong. The cost of the table that the manufacturer of the table is still paying the same. The same tree costing the same. The same amount costs the same. cost of labor, well, guess what? If it goes up that's already factored in with the markets. Inflation goes up as much periodically as it's supposed to regularly increase, because cost of living always is on the rise rather than on the drop. So that's the entire explanation to that. But as far as them, that being a reality, like, oh yeah, it's gonna get so expensive, and then one day you're just gonna wake up and chicken is really $9,000 or whatnot. This is stupidity. You know, this is stuff from someone who watches too much Star Wars and does not know when to break the bridge between that and reality. I know it's great, serious. I know it's a great. There's a lot of Star Wars fans in here and everywhere else, but pretty sure you guys know the difference between Star Wars and reality when it's time to break out of that and come back to reality. Um, you can't watch the U.S. be in that much poverty and is still the world's strongest nation, even by might. Yes, by military and whatnot. Think of it like this: the biggest bully on the block, or in school, when we used to be in high school, middle school, when the biggest kid came to school hungry, do you think he went to home hungry as well? Of course not. He chose to go ahead and take somebody else's lunch money or some other kid's lunch box. Am I saying that's okay and that's correct for that to happen? Of course not. Maybe doesn't like that, but this is the truth and reality. This is who we are. This is who is our like when it becomes a government thing, it's no longer about a personal case. It's about a global case. And in order for them to secure their uh, in order for them to stay in power, they got to constantly think with one mindset. And that mindset is, I trust myself with the Infinity Stones. I don't trust you with the Infinity Stones. I trust what I can do with all the power, but I don't trust what you're going to do. You could possibly come and vanquish me. So that's why all these countries are fighting to try to get the handle or the pendulum of power um, in this world that we live in. They're reaching for that. Each person or each entity in each country in this case is reaching out. Sri Lanka is not one of those countries that is reaching for that pendulum. Further proving my point here against Mr. Liu's um, allegations, or throws these guesses about chicken at $90,000 and whatnot. Trust me, you're talking to someone who owns a restaurant as one of his businesses. And trust me, I know how expensive chicken got, or how much more expensive chicken got, and other various things. Inflation is everywhere on everything. Yes, the majority of the public normally eats the worst part of the pie, which is this case, like expense and things getting more expensive and everything in life. Um, but that's not, going to be the reality for good, because the country itself knows if if everything is destroyed, then what's the use of all that gold they store in Knoxville? Or, again, the second highest gold or country with gold is Germany, and they own almost a third of the gold reserves that we have here in the US. You can possibly put the entire planet together, and we'll probably still have more gold here in the US than um, anywhere else. You want me to give you any reasons of how that possibly could have been the case? Well, we had a gold rush here. We have a huge landmark. Look at the continent that we're in. We're in a continent ourselves. Um, 50 states on the flag. Imagine all the other states that the US also. Do you think every state is only 50 states that the US controls? Look at Puerto Rico. It's technically a US property. Isn't that true, Lou? Um, Look at all the other countries near it on the southern side of the border. It's all American agenda. Um, yeah, you think Mexico wouldn't be a world power if it wasn't for our best interest not to make it a world power, because it's our neighbor, so it's our best interest to make sure that this guy never gets strong enough to come back and launch some attacks on me. Again, nothing against the people from these nations and from these places. I'm just speaking reality here to you guys. I'm speaking, since some creators want to speak about globalization and the bigger picture, then you got to talk about it properly. So if these creators want to talk about that, then they got to do it properly. I'm not against that. They got to talk about it properly. Don't bring us half agenda from your mind and try to apply it on the global length, or on a global scale, when it's completely just a personal retail or a personal individual's thought process. So yes, so before a Sri Lanka situations or lifestyle come to the US is not set up for that. When was the last time you seen majority of Americans? I know we have a lot of homeless people here. Homeless is everywhere in the world, and a lot of poverty. Um, Obviously, it's in the whole world. But when was the last time you've seen the entire U.S. people living like where they have to live like without how they want to live life? Look how we bred, guys. When I said that Americans were built different, I wasn't saying it in a way as in like, we're bragging on the world. No. I remember back in Ramadan, there was a live where I said, hey guys, there's something about Americans. We are born with the keys to the world. Like, hey, the world is yours. Go get it. If you don't go get it, you chose not to go and do something about it because you had every opportunity or potential you need. It's all here. You're in the land of opportunity. And yes, from the outside, it is the land of opportunity. From the inside, it might not seem like it. From people in here, they might see it that way. But you should ask yourself, why do you constantly keep seeing more foreigners try to do whatever legally or illegally it takes to try to come over here, even with all the corruption that we see in the world that we live in here in the US? Well, I tell you why. Because it is truly still the land of opportunity. You can come to the US, be nothing with nothing, and come out with a lot or with something at least. Versus in many parts of this world, similarly Sri Lanka, you can have nothing, and that for sure will make sure that you will end up with nothing as well. So what you're born in these regions, you're going to be a part of for the rest of your entire life. Unless you leave and you magically got blessed and you left to the US or another superpower, I guess, country. So there's we're bred, like I said, we were born in the American life, in the American world. Obviously, there's bad and good everywhere you go, but the majority of American citizens are born with the keys to whatever it is that they desire if they work for it. If they don't, they should automatically themselves accept the fact that they didn't do enough to deserve whatever it is that they would have loved to have. That's an average American citizen speaking for you guys. And this is, I know that the average citizen is also thinks like this, majority of the American people. And where in other parts of the world where there is oppression by the government, like major oppression, similar to a communist movement or dict- dictatorial movements or whatnot, you're not born with a key for life. You're born with, hey, like you're born with an opposite thing. You're born not with the key for life. You're born in life, and you're one of the assets in this life. Someone else will enjoy, not you. Someone else will enjoy. You're a property of something or someone else. In most cases, your own government. So people are afraid in many regions of speaking their true mind on anything. When was the last time you seen an American afraid to say F the president or F this or F this entity? You never, every day you could log in and you see reactions of people's going crazy on their leaders or in their parliament members or Congress, congressionals, whatever. In many other countries, you can't even do that. We take those rights for granted here. Imagine, look, we're over there. Good luck talking about the king. You be like, I'll just put it this way: uh, uh, being electrocuted to death is merciful in that case, because in most ways, in other places, you speak about the leaderships and the governments, and you don't like what they're doing and whatnot. What they do to you would not even be mentioned on videos. That's why I said electrifying or electrocuting is a form of mercy. So hopefully I broke this out even wider for you guys. And Angel, the same as you. Don't give certain, again, I don't have anything against Blue or any other creator for that matter. But I just like things to be done proper. If you're gonna talk globalization, please do it correctly. Please do it correctly. I understand I'm much younger than you. This is for Luce directly if he's, but don't take it as in, if my father knew more than me, then that means no one will ever know anything. Like that means science is all in the past, it's not in the future. So it's not about your age that determines what you know, what you don't know. It's what you go and try to learn and you invest your time in is what gets you the information. I can meet a 75-year-old right now, and yes, they have way more life experience than me because by nature they lived longer than me. But that does not mean they would have more info about things or be more educated than I am. They only got me with the life experience. That's true because they lived longer. They've come across at least one or two things more than I have. Uh, so I give them that. I go to them for life advice. I will always refer to them or revere to them for that stuff. But that doesn't make sense. That the older the person is, the more that they know. That is not entirely true. They know they have more life experience, but God knows what they invested their time in. What if this 75-year-old was a mobster in his early 20s and his teens? Does that mean at 75 now he's, oh yeah, he's very knowledgeable? He got the look of the old man, but he could be a wicked guy. Um, so yes, please, if we are speaking things like that, stop spreading fear amongst the community, scaring people, or making them feel like, oh yeah, it's cool. Chicken is gonna be 9,000. There's nothing cool about that. Andrew, you yourself just said like that's sad what's happening there. That's the reality that's been happening to them ever since. It didn't just start now or because of AMC or GME or because of these bad entities doing this. This has been going on for hundreds of years right now. It's much worse than some other times, but trust me, go outside the box and really see how it is. We are not gelled or wired the same as most people out there. Those people come into this life expecting nothing, but they hope that they can come walk out with something. We are wired to come into this life expecting everything and hope to walk out with even more. So, in a way, this is what shot us in the foot. That's why we have a lot of spoiled brats in the US. That is true. I will not, again, it's my world and I'm going to always be man enough to always speak about it the way it is. As much as I love it does not mean I'm going to be a hypocrite or lie about it is. No, there is a lot of people here that are spoiled about life. They take things for granted. That is true, but that's everywhere. And by default, we have over 400 million people living here. Of course, we're going to come out with more people who are spoiled than a country like either Sri Lanka or any other smaller nation because we just have more numbers here. It's just like if we want to make a sports team, the US have access to millions and plethora of people, of assets. They could come up with a basketball team, uh, and the odds of them having the best basketball team is obviously much higher than any other nations. What doesn't make sense to me is how China and India still haven't won that accolade, but I know why. It's because their interest is not in basketball; it's in other stuff, and they are leaders in the world in whatever that respective most interested thing in that country is. So that's just the way that it works globally. Or when we talk globalization, that's how it works, my friends. Uh, Before you see America and every citizen in the US living like a Sri Lanka, that means we got nuked and we're no longer on Earth. It's literally impossible for the US to have the same living conditions as Sri Lanka. And I'm not looking down on Sri Lanka, I'm just using the same examples because look, they're contrapted between so many other world powers, whether it's India, whether it's China, whether it's Russia. They're amongst the big boys. Here, who's the big boy? Who are we amongst ourselves? We are the big boy of the big boys globally. And on top of that, in our world, in our own backyard, there's no other big boys. That again, guys, I'm speaking the truth. I'm not trying to offend anyone here. I'm just trying to speak the truth. And geographically, if it comes to that, people will come up with ideas and sourcing. Do you know how much land and how much space we have here in the States? Yeah, we could go through a rough patch of a year or two, but this is the land of money and opportunity. Some parts will always be lit, will always have lights, and will always have parties, and will always have fun and whatever, like nothing even changed. While some parts might have it a little tougher, a little stronger than others, um, but that's not going to be a way of life in the US. Like I'm telling you, it's just not going to be a way of life for forever. Um, it's impossible to rewire 400 million plus citizens to be like the people who are afraid to speak against the regime and whatnot, like to change 400 million minds and change that whole constitution. How can that happen? If a catastrophic event happened and everybody's gone in this region. That's why I say it's impossible to have something like that happen. Um, but yeah, that's globalization, guys. Yes, God and I, faith is on my side. My faith is keeping me in this, Veronica, and that's all you need, in my humble opinion. Veronica, I couldn't agree more. I have a great group of people are making a huge change for the good. They'll pay a lot of money in their lives this time. We, the people, are taking our own lives back. Love it. Those like statements that are like that come out and you just put at the end of it, you just put a period, or you can say it after. Let's see. Where did I? Where am I? Adrian Fernandez. The day Wall Street became Fall Street is near. I love it. I love it. Adrian is amazing. Yes, we are taking I power back. We've been told for years, work hard and shut up. Not uh, not no, Mrs. Tahiti. Veronica Chase, absolutely. I totally agree. See, that's the source of my goal for the future is to end that way of thinking and that behavior, um, in any part that exists in this world, honestly, because I hate that. It's just, hey, if I walk out with anything in this legacy, I know I can't walk out with money, can't walk out with wealth, I can't walk out with my loved ones. I'm walking out on my own. I want to walk out with that legacy as in I put in a little dent, no matter how big or how small it is, in this system or in the world that we live in to possibly become a different kind of world than the one that, I left it as. So Maddox said our own media. Yes, we'll have our own DWAC, our own CNBC or whatever. We'll have enough money for that. Again, it doesn't cost that as much as people might think it could, especially when it's so many people involved in it. I mean, can you imagine if we form a BBIG kind of like structure? Because that's what Vinco Ventures is. They they're an investing company that they come in and they own many sources of an income that comes to them. They see good companies that have good potential, but they have bad setup, bad wiring. They come in, they take over, they rechange what it needs, and they fix up whatever it needs, whatever that company needs to be fixed, and then they profit from the surge, obviously, in the evaluation of that company, or they could sell it back and make a profit. So, imagine basically we have our own little hedge fund and we have multiple streams of income coming from so many different things and so many different investments, whether it's real estate, whether it's in blue chip stocks, whether it's in the options division. We'll have a division for every case. And I feel like we have all the smart and needed people, whether for financially or at that point, or the skill. We will have a division just for stock investing, people who you know invest the family's money in that hedge fund, all in stock. There is the options division, and they each will all have allocations and their own risk assessment teams and everything. We'll have a risk assessments team. We will do this the proper way, the way that it should be and should have been done by the other side. So, into a point where we will never, ever put ourselves in a position of like how they are, how these guys are. Um, so I want to thank them for showing us the keys. Without them, this would not have been possible. We wouldn't be in this case or in this situation where we are trying, you know, now we're thinking bigger. We they taught us so many things along the way as we've been going through this effery that they've been putting on us in this past year and a half to almost 2 years. Um, so whatever they did, we're just gonna do the opposite of it. Plus, we're gonna add our own spices and our own, uh, you know, effect onto the market. We're gonna, like I said, we have our own team of options division, risk assessment, stock investments, ETFs, real estate exposure, uh, other companies, other projects, investments. Like if we seen a company, instead of just investing in a stock and it has value and we can see it in the future being something, guess what? Instead of just buying stock in it, we can purchase, just like what AMC did with Highcroft, for example. I'm just giving you guys the example. We could do the same thing with another company. And now we're making money. If the company goes up in capitalization, we make money. We could sell our portion of the we could sell our portion of the of that company at any given time for a profit. At the end of the day, our only allegiance is going to be to the family, to ourselves. We formed a family. Anybody is always welcome to be a part of it and be bigger, grow with us. Um, but that's going to be our motto. And we're just waiting for these guys to give us the capital for what we're going to do. Because remember this, no matter how smart one individual and how strong and in, motivated and inspired and whatever individual is, they can't do it all on their own. They need people to do it. That's why I think we will have the most successful hedge fund in the world. Literally in the world. We have so many people that understand about so many things. Um, We have people that understand so much about options. We have so many people that understand so much about obviously stock investing and even ETFs or in dividend stocks. We have a lot of people that understand so much about banking and what to do in this and that. Crypto, in the crypto realm. Um, oh my God, we have a lot of potential, guys. We'll see when time comes. Steady, yes, AB, make believe our story is strong, hard, exciting, emotional, and Hollywood would put their spin on it. Yep. Future whale, sorry to hear you got cancer, bro. It can be a hassle dealing with sickness. I do know and wish you the best. Appreciate it, future whale. Just for the record, it's not 100%, but it's definitely there. The exposure is seen. We're gonna wait for the biopsy to happen. They wanted to do it ASAP. I pushed it a little longer until I figure out what's happening with Pops until he's stable. So it's gonna be sometime in early June um, that I will go through that procedure. So look at my comments on Lou's video. I said the same thing you said. Oh wow, really? Um, if I get time to see it, I'll see it. Sometimes I don't really like to enjoy, or I don't find any. I find it waste of time to watch something that I know is gonna be nothing but crap. So what am I doing here? Am I watching something only to aggravate myself and change my mood? Why? Um, the title spoke for itself. So like uh, when you and Angel told me like what he made in that video and said, I know it's a bunch of crap. It's just uh, a way for him to control his viewers, make them feel like they need him more than any because he's the one and only that's bringing them these things that are, you know, very scary. Because think of it like this: we as American people here, we can't see ourselves living like the way that again what he described happened in Sri Lanka. So therefore, it catches you, it grabs you, and that's what he's after, and that adds more to his ad revenue and views and all that stuff. Um, Listen, I'm not here to talk about his honor and what his motive is, lose specifically here that we're talking about, and all that stuff. That's not for me. Or as a matter of fact, it's not for any of us to verify. It's for the person that views that person. If you view him, it's up to you to continue viewing it, or it's up to you to know or to verify what kind of agenda this person is about. I think, personally speaking, now, since it's my mic on this, like, here's what I say: I think he's a genuine person as far as like, there's nothing bad about the guy. He's just like another man who's getting a life now. He does have a lot of um, camera appeal. I will give him that as well. So that's why he's squeezing the most out of it. He has the character. People like the stuff that he pulls off. I think he's funny. He is funny. He got the looks for that and the demeanor and the mindset for that. So I give him all that. But when it comes time to be serious time, please don't have any inconsistencies in your talk. When you talk about global scale things and you try to compare Sri Lanka's bad situation like it just started today or yesterday over there. No. Sri Lanka's been living in poverty. Go look, do some history, educate yourself, my family and my loved ones. And if you want AB to do it for you, I'm saying it right now. But if you want to verify it yourself, go ahead and do it. Look at it. It's always been in this realm of extreme poverty and in some cases extreme wealth. That's just how it is. Same thing is in Jordan. Same thing is in uh, uh, what other name countless amount of countries. Peru. Same thing in Argentina. I try to say it as the Argentinians say it. Argentina. Look at Brazil. Everywhere in this world, every country has that side that's extremely poor and then the other side that's extremely wealthy, except We're a different breed in the US and some of the European colonies, I want to call it, because that's a bigger term. But again, if you dive deep in history and you dive deep in world agenda, you would understand what the statement I just said and why I refer to it the way I refer to it. Um, but yeah, it's just completely different here. Here, the average person or even the poor, unless it was a homeless or a drug addict or a disabled person that basically couldn't get up and depend on himself to do something, or they're under the influence of something else, that's why they can't do it, whatever it is, to stand up for themselves, then it's no way, Jose, that stuff like that would happen here. Because the average citizen here, when things get to that level, they will get up and they will march on to that capital. Trust me, guys. These we as Americans, we there is certain enough, at least amount of people that did that because they didn't like the election. Imagine when it's about a way of life. That's a common denominator amongst all Americans, whether Democrat or Republican. They all come to forces by default when it gets to that, because what's going to pass on you is going to pass on me, and the way that you live your life is going to be the same way I'm going to live my life in misery. We can't have, what are you telling me, I can't eat protein or I can't eat meat? Like, okay, I'm gonna tell you this. There are some people in Jordan that only gets access to eat proteins like meat, beef or chicken stuff, poultry, whether animal based protein. We're not even going to talk about the luxury of plant based protein or vegan protein and stuff like that. Again, we're talking about people here who just need to eat to survive, right? There's a certain class in some of these nations. I know it exists in Jordan 100% because I'll speak about that because I've seen it as a kid. They only eat meat on holidays, not because it's a religious thing, it's because that's all they have. And why only on holidays? Because they get it as in a form of a giveaway or a donation for some other people. Because in holidays we have like the day of sacrifice, Eid. We are to go and sacrifice a, if you have the means for it, that's what the religion says. If you have the means for it, you are to go and sacrifice a whatever you can sacrifice, whether it's a chicken or it's a mighty cow. Um, and I know this one is worth much less than this, but if this is all you can afford, the reason why the Most High is very amazing is, to you this chicken is equivalent to that guy, the cow is to him. So therefore, your God will reward you based on, this is what the religion is saying, not what AV is saying. God will reward you the same as that person that purchased the cow, because the cow to that person and his wealth and his life is equivalent to you and the chicken that you're providing. I know this is so much smaller than that and much less than that, but to the Lord, it's equivalent and possibly even more, because the person who is able to buy and sacrifice a cow, and obviously the meaning of sacrificing as in to pass the meat, not utilizing it yourself or eating it yourself, taking it home. That's why it's called sacrificing and you giving up. And in those specific moments or days, that's when these people will have access to eat something called meat twice a year. Let that sink in, guys. Do you think, and they're okay with it? They've lived in it generation after generation. It's not like this started yesterday, guys. Do you think a mindset like that can coexist here in the US? The answer is an absolute F no. There is absolutely no way that we would get to that, because we would never had that in our DNA here. Not that it's a glorifying thing, it's just that in reality, I can't I can't just take a lion suddenly. I don't know. I'm not using that analogy as in like that's who we as Americans are. But yeah, I love my people. I'm an American. Yeah, I think all Americans are lions. There shouldn't be no wrong with that being said. But to all the non-Americans, I'm not glorifying it into a way where like we're lions and you're rabbits. No. But the analogy I want to use here is like you can't take a lion suddenly and try to get him going on lettuce diet. I haven't seen that, and I would not want to see that lion, honestly, that suddenly got changed to this. It's just not going to happen. When they see that opportunity for that meat, they're going to grab it. And that's what we are. We were bred from the beginning to have no limits, no fear, no to expect all the things to happen, and it's just up to us how we want to react to it and how we want to take it into our consideration and how to make our lives whether better or worse through these situations and that life provides us. That's how we are as Americans born and how we grow up. But for us to surrender to kind of our greater life and greater good to the above and just go along with it, that has never been a part of it. This is why this is the only country you can come to and talk freely about your religion, get in debates with anyone, can have any religion and come in, fine. You don't have to worry about getting killed or stoned or whatnot. This is the only place where you could come and on an average level in the streets, we all view each other the same, except of some sick minds here and there, and they don't represent the majority. That's just the way the nature of the beast. But we don't have that in us where we're okay. Many of us are okay with living holiday to holiday without having to eat meat throughout the entire year. You see, it's a different thing that, like that, what I just mentioned is a different problem in a different realm that we were never even exposed to or even understand. Because even a homeless person here would not even understand this. Like, what? I eat meat. Yeah, maybe not every day, but every other day I get access to that. You telling me that there are people out there that eats it only once or twice a whole year? What kind of mindset is that? So, you know what? Now I want to meet this mindset. And when you meet that mindset, you're going to be so confused because you have so many different bases. Like the way your outlook on life is completely going to be different than their outlook on life is over there. That's why even here, homeless people, they not, and again, everybody has the right to however way they feel and live. But here, homeless people, they look at themselves as they have the same right as you do. There was many times where I've seen examples where I've seen homeless people talk down on people that were trying to help them. There was an old lady that tried to give this homeless person some food, right? He grabbed the food and he threw it away in her face and said, um, I don't eat leftovers, lady. Do you think that exists over there? Over there, these people are so down emotionally, self esteem, in every possible thing you could think of, to the point where these people over there will take it even if the food was served to them on top of somebody else's shoe. So when somebody tries to bring Sri Lanka over to here or some other stuff, first you need to understand the way of thinking of the human civilization there and how they're okay. There is a certain group there that are okay. They're more than okay with nothing and however way it comes. While here, that is not going to happen. That will not happen here. Like I said, physically, mentally, spiritually, in every aspect you want to think of, in every realm you want to think of, it's impossible for these things to happen here. Things will get much more rough, yes, more strong, more expensive, more hard on certain, not everyone, certain classes that happen to be in the middle here somewhere, because they're going to gravitate. Some are going to gravitate up to here, and some are going to gravitate up to down here. But this they don't want to coexist anymore. And it's not that they don't want, it's just by form, by nature, the way that this machine of the globe and mankind, of power and corruption and greed, that is the one synonym to that like to that whole system, is you're always going to have a cascading effect to either side, to the downside or to the upside, but nothing can stay in the middle or be an average. Doesn't matter where you are on this planet. And if you live in that world as well, constantly, which we do, you there's always someone that wants to be more powerful than someone, so they can go take and reap, take more advantage of someone else. What? Okay, you know what? Since we're talking about that kind of stuff, think on it. Why do you think, guys, that it's always everybody's interest to what is happening in Africa? Why do you guys even think Gaddafi was assassinated on site as soon as he started talking about gold currency in Africa? Africa is extremely resourceful as a continent. It's very important that none of their countries there, or any of the countries there, gain that influence, which crypto could definitely give them that, um, and move forward. Because if they have crypto, they have Bitcoin, back it up with gold. Who has a lot of gold, which is that whole region there has gold. Everybody looks at the world, views Africa as a safari. Like, that's how they view Africa. Whenever they think Africa, they think safari, or they think beautiful lion videos or whatnot. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. But whose advantage is that? Look at, for example, in Kenya, look at Congo, look at Cote d'Ivoire. Most African nations are still colonized by European cases. Even if they don't hold the same flag, trust me, guys, they are still mentally and spiritually tied. The chains are there, they're just invisible chains. All the diamonds that come from here, all the natural resources that come from there, or the food, the spices, the things are coming, being hoarded to the strongest man in town, which in this case, we happen to be the one. Do you think we don't benefit from that? That's why the world that we live in causes, or the world that we live in is the main reason why a country like a Sri Lanka has those sad scenes that Angel, you brought up, that Lou was talking about. It's because of this world, because they, whatever they have there. I mean, even Jordan, another country, small country. I love those examples because they're relevant, but they speak volumes. These countries have a lot of personal assets, but do you know that most of its assets is going outwards? It's going outwards. The people of that region are reaping none of those benefits. That is the world that we live in. And that's why it's impossible for something like the US to live or have conditions like Sri Lanka, because the world that we live in, the stronger dog eats the other in order for them not to encounter an inconvenience. So if before we get to a Sri Lanka level, you can bet your ass that you'll see in the US, you know, taking so many things from so many different other countries by force. Do you guys know the famous situation that happened back in the late 70s, I think, or the early 80s, where we, until this day, we still owe Iran like, what is it, like a 20 or 120 million or $1 billion, and we never paid it since back then, and we're never gonna pay it. I know that for a fact. um, who's gonna force the US into having, in this case, who's going to force the top dog to pay something against their will? That's why our debts are so high everywhere. But who's going to have the balls to come up and say, you owe me, pay me? Okay, let's say I say no. What are you going to do to get that money back? I know that you think that the world is more professional than this, but ultimately, trust me, things come down to that. Literally, things come down to that. What do you think? Because of professionalism, I'm going to shoot myself in the foot? Do you think that's the way that the US is going to think? Like, no. Sucks for you, buddy, but that's just the way the world works. That's the way it is. That's the nature of the beast. I am the most powerful. Whatever I need, whatever I want, I'm going to get it. And when everybody feels pain, I'm going to be the last one to feel it. If I feel any. If I'm not the one dishing it. That's how it works, guys. And it's not just only us speaking like this. There is also China, there's Russia, there's all the world powers, superpowers. They all think like this. The only difference between us and them is that we, as people in the US here, yes, maybe our governments are lying to us. Maybe our governments are doing whatever to us. But we control the way that we think and the way we behave in this country. And there's a constitution to back that. And many other superpowers, like in the China, for example, or in India, you can't. You can't. Look, in China, you speak against the regime over there, you know what they do to you? In India, it's so bad to the point where even if you're religious, if your religion in India is not like, a certain religion, like there's some certain parts, like in Kashmir. I know I'm gonna get shadow banned for this, but AB is always real. 100% is gonna bring out the true message that should be out there. I'm not gonna be afraid to mention it. Sorry, the camcorder just fell down. It's telling me don't do it, don't do it. But yeah, no, I'm gonna do it. In Kashmir, do you know how many Muslims are under isolation? Just because they're Muslims, they're being burnt alive there. Videos, search it out and see it. A lot of them don't have access to internet, blocked from the rest of the universe, so that they can't communicate with other people and share what's happening. Women who are covered are literally dragged in the streets and being pissed on and thrown their covers off their heads and everything, just because they chose to have a different religion other than Hinduism or Sikhism. That's the world that we live in, guys. The majority, the power. That's how it works. Do I agree with this? Of course not. I'm just trying to bridge down the gap to you guys so that you won't have that culture or that shock that, what? I didn't think that this is really the way the world works. No, this is the way the world works. This is the way the world works, guys. No one is gonna force um, the top dog into having to close down something or pay something or do something. Force me. What are you gonna do? What, you're gonna attack me? I have. Why you see all those commercials always on TV saying we cover 96.9% of all oceans in the world. We have a base camp in every country in the world except 3. And what are those 3? Gonna be Russia, Iran, and what's the third one? Come on, give me a guess. Maybe China now. Otherwise, we're there. Wherever you want to look at it, the US is there. Ukraine, we got a big camp there. Qatar in the Middle East, we have a huge camp. One of the biggest in the Middle East is in Bahrain. One of our family members in here is also stationed out of there. I forgot his name, but I remember meeting him in Pantheons. I know today we threw a lot of things on the family, right? But this is the way that you got to think, guys. You got to always expand your horizons and really know what's happening in the air or what's being pushed out there, so that you can choose what to bring in and what not to bring in to you and your loved ones. Let's see where we at. Yep, America strong forever. I love it. I love it. It's everybody's right to be very patriotic about their world or their country. I love it. I love patriotism. But I honestly, I bring the same thing. Uh, there needs to, when even patriotism goes out the window when it comes to humanism. Human cause comes one, everything else comes second. And you can't have this without having the other unless you overthink the other one. And now it's more patriotism. And if it defeats humanity, humanism to you, like mentally speaking here, then yeah, that's what gives birth to crazy individuals that our history are crazy figures in our history that humankind will always remember, unfortunately, for the bad that they have done in their time. AB, I didn't know. I'm sorry to be insensitive, dear Lord. AB, you have such a huge support system. You are such an incredible person. Thank you. Your life outside of our community has to be even bigger. We are here. Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Tahiti. I definitely appreciate it. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. The family is, I am nothing without the family. So I am as strong as the family that I have around me, which is all of you guys. You guys are a part of it for sure. Um, I'm so ready for some trade boom boom candles. How long have you been waiting for those? Future? We've all been waiting for those, right? Folks, perfect timing. Going to listen to this whole pod while getting that moolah. Can't wait to quit the coolant and oil-filled machine shop once MOAS comes. I can wait this play out forever. I love it, folks. Yes. Remember what I said to you once before. Whatever goals you have, and this goes out to the rest of the community, whatever goals you have, once the means for those goals have been delivered, has been delivered, focus on nobody else's uh, focus on nobody else's ideas and all that stuff. Fulfill your goals. Again, you don't know what happens in this life and what happens today and what happens tomorrow, guys. So fulfill your goals so that when your ship sails strong, you're gonna be like, yeah, this was my goal. I just needed the capital to put in it. No one believed in me, but I did. And now I started it on my own. I did it all on my own. And look how beautiful it is. It's a feeling that can never, ever be replaced by any other greater feeling. That's one. Two, even if your ship fails and sinks, you would know 100% that at least by the time that you get to your deathbed, you're not like regret. What if I have done this? What if I was able to cater to my dreams? My goals. What if I wish I would have gotten to my goal? You don't want that to be one of your lost thoughts, your last thoughts. Um, and plus, you don't want to follow another thing that somebody else is doing, and if it starts failing, you don't have enough conviction in it. Next thing you know, you're off the ship because you just never had conviction in it from the get-go. It sounded like a great opportunity, but you never had your true conviction into it. Um, so yeah, goals. Adrian. Um, AMC candles need to pop a few Viagra pills and get somewhere way up there. You know what's funny? You're gonna have to overdose them with that. Once they take one, make sure that you lace it with something so that they keep taking more and more. So those candles never get small. They constantly keep growing until there's no more. I have to join Adrian there. Sorry guys. Kenara mijo. Even as a mod, I don't get alerts. See that, Jeffrey? It says stick up. You're here now, though. That's what matters. Imagine how much lost gold is sitting at the bottom of the ocean that will probably never be recovered. You're talking about the Spanish storm thing that happened, that where the people were moving. What was it, like 8 ships? I think 6 or 8 ships, and only one or two survived, and the rest were all like they were transferring so much wealth, back to to Mother Britannia. That's what they called it in history. England is Britannia, and yeah, they were trying to move that back from Southern America, and in the middle of that ocean, it just everything happened. I know what you're talking about. Um, future whale was it? No, sorry, Adrian. People read up on that or watch a quick documentary on that on YouTube if you don't know what Adrian was referring to. It's fun documentary for sure. Adrian Fernandez again. Um, JM Bullion has a 1930s. The gold seller, right? 1930s $1,000 bill going for $10,000 in exquisite condition. I might scoop it up just cuts. Excuse me. Why? Well, why not? You have the means, Adrian. Go for it. Why not? Me and my money are taking my MOAS to the Philippines after all this is done. Uh-oh, Adrian. They're gonna stick. They're gonna arrest you in one of the islands and just keep you there. Angel, thank you, AB. I need to hear this. Well, thank you for listening, Angel. Hopefully, it brought up another point. It's up to you, obviously, at the end of the day, which one you want to absorb more. But now you got this side, you got that side. You put both of them together and see which one or what you can take from this side and what you can take from this side, and form an ultimate opinion of your own. Uh, that's what it's all about. Would another depression be better or worse for Biden? Mickey, wow, that was a very good question. Um, well, here's the tricky part. I don't know if they really have their eyesight on a second term for Biden because I don't know if he's physically able um, to do a second term. But I think that it's not that if like what we have coming as far as the depression, that's something that no order can stop. Like nothing can be done to stop it. It can be prolonged as much, stretched as much, but at the end of the day, the inevitable is going to happen. The depression is going to happen. Is going to happen. Is it better now than later? That's what comes down to politics at that point. It's worse for him now to try to mingle his way out of it, but it's better for him later because he will take all that. And if the Democrats know they're about to lose this House and this Congress, the Senate, and everything, then why not leave it in shambles or prolong this to that time so that when the new person receives it, being of it being Republicans at that point, um, they will receive a lot of terrible asset, like a lot of things with that. Like who wants that office at that point, at that job? No matter what you do, it's not going to look like you've done anything. In fact, it looks like you're underachieving, not overachieving. Um, but then again, I don't believe in this whole Democrat and Republican crap. I think that's their way of giving us what we want in this to keep us entertained. But at the end of the day, I think that the agenda is the same. In that ball club up there, in that country club, in that breakfast club, yeah, the agenda is definitely the same. There's no, trust me, guys. I'll tell you this. Trust me, bro. um, when it comes to that political club over there, matters are not decided in the last second based on this person voting or that person not voting and whether the Republicans win the House or that. It never comes down to that. Trust me, I'll tell you that the political world is already predetermined. This play of politics is only for us here. or Republican such and such senator spoke out for this. That's why, because all these individuals are represented or voted for from their counties, from their states, and then they suddenly come up and they're in Congress, and we got it as like, this person is going to do for his people, while everyone knows that, all these candidates, they say something, and when they go into the office, it's something completely different. Why? Because they are the representative, but their work is already cut out for them before they enter their office. This is personally what I believe, because um, they're not just going to leave this political decisions be made happening right there and then. You don't cure world dominance based on momentarily, like tomorrow or today. Today I could be the world leader in strength and whatnot, and then tomorrow somebody else got voted in, they changed the agenda, or one or two agendas, and now we're no longer the strongest country in the world. That doesn't work that way. Remember, world dominance is planned 100 years in advance. That's how they look at it. That's what political minds say. I'm not the one who's creating this. It's not my allegation to say, no, this is some of the top political minds in the world. That's how they refer to this. Like, when great powers plan, they plan a century in advance. So, could we have possibly, are we about a few years away from our century and our dominance that we planned for many years ago? Maybe, maybe not. I don't think that after this there will be another major country. A lot of people fail to see something. I know that a lot of people are paying attention to China's expansion, India's expansion, Russia's rubles and expansion and everything. But the world that we live in today is no longer medieval times where every man is fighting with a sword, or the beginning of World War I and the beginning of World War II, where people were fighting with regular guns. The most advanced thing was a plane dropping a bomb or a rocket or something, um, until there was something that was used that changed the game forever, even changed the way that wars are fought. Now it's all guerrilla warfare style, you know, or the Cold War style, because I'm not going to head on fight you, but we're going to fight each other, but we're not going to fight each other head on, because, I mean, USA versus Russia, Russia, USA. Oh, I can't get to you. You can't get to me. Okay, you know what? I'm almost done. What am I going to do? Now we're both screwed. The whole world is also screwed with it. Um, so that changed everything. Nuclear power and the sophistication throughout mankind in that realm now changed everything. So I don't think that we will see another. In fact, this is going to be the boldest decision maybe in the future. Who knows how many years from now? Um, Somebody else from a different generation could possibly come out back here and remember this moment and video and say, this person was wrong or this person was right. And what do I mean by that? As in, I don't think, this is the bold statement I'm going to say, I don't think there will be another major um, power structure change in this world after this. So I don't think there's another power after the US. There's only two things that I see. One, everybody in the same realm, but I know mankind, the nature for them is to always want more and be the one, have the title, holding the sword. Basically, everybody wants to hold the sword, but don't know the effects of holding it. So I don't see the U.S. being replaced by another world power, because before they let something like that happen, they um, would choose a different route, because part of the US losing its dominance in this world will have a lot to do with other countries having to come here now and take it, spread it apart, split the spoils, as they call, of war. Um, and before that happens, obviously, there is a few buttons that can be pressed that unfortunately can stop or put a stop to any of that from happening. That's why I don't think another world leader or force can be reborn. This is it. This is what we have. The next move from here is man extension, literally mass extension level. And I'm not, again, this is a bold statement, but this is what my output on this. It can only be verified down the line in the future. Um, so yeah, if these things were never to form, if nukes were never to form any fear for any man, thinking that things just don't go like that, because if you do it, you're gonna do your own as well. Why were they created from the get-go anyways? So evil or good, the coexistence of something like this will be felt. It was felt before and it will be felt again. That's just how man, or how the nature of the beast works. Um, Veronica, thank you, Veronica. Well, I'm only learning as I go along from, you guys, from everything around. Absorb as much. You never know. A cat could teach you something new that you never learned. So I'm always open for learning something. I'm just absorbing as much as I can. In the small life that we have as humans. Big B, what's up, brother? How are you doing? When crypto dip over? Ah, um, you will see very soon, and toward the end of this month, the beginning of this upcoming month, we're gonna see a sign. If obviously can kick in down the road, you're gonna see a rip in the crypto, obviously, because this is how it's gonna work. If it's gonna dip, I mean, if it dips much more, that means one, obviously more money is coming out of the market, which means obviously we're gonna get paid. But here's the scarier part: who is responsible truly? Is it Citadel and BlackRock for the inside Ocean 11's job that was done on the crypto? Because again, knowing valuable information like the fact that Tesla and MicroStrategy are the biggest institutional holders and their average is 30 to 31K a coin on Bitcoin, that's valuable info. You guys have no idea. Like, it's extremely valuable info for us, because now you can gauge like the scale here. Like, who is it that really did this? Was it one of these two that actually started selling their stuff so that they can bring it down? They've seen that their average was high, even at 30, and they wanted to do something different, even though that's so unlike how institutional behavior is. But let's just entertain a thought here, and let's say they did sell, MicroStrategies and Tesla began selling, so that the price, obviously the selling pressure can come down, and by it coming down, they get to scoop it up at a cheaper value than to have to scoop it up in the upper 30s or in the 40s. That's possible. um, so we're gonna see a big B. We're gonna see it's all tied up to our play as well. Like, our plays is all tied up to this, because while they indirectly shouldn't, but when the reaper comes to collect, whatever excuse you have is out of the window. It's your time. Adrian Fernandez, what's worse, being on a raft in the middle of the ocean with no food, or being in the middle of the desert with no water, or drowning, or burning, or bleeding to death? Um, well, I don't know. For whoever wants to entertain this, go for it. I feel like they obviously are terrible in their own outright. But one thing I can tell you is drowning and burning um, are, from what I know, are a different kind of death. They're so terrible that they compared, I think, drowning or burning as dying more than 100 times in one death. Um, because for example, bleeding to death, you feel it. I'm pretty sure eventually you leak out and you lose conscience and you go away. Drowning and burning, you are battling, you're dying over and over again. um, Being stranded, you always have, you're living with that hope that at any given moment some boat can pop up, or uh, some you can catch a fish and eat it even if it's raw. I mean, at the end of the day, you guys all eat sushi. I don't like seafood as much, so you can live, you can do a castaway virgin. In the desert, same thing. You at least you have that hope in the back of your head that you might survive. uh, but if you're drowning and you're burning, there's no hope and nothing. That's it. It's over. It's just how long is this gonna take? And that's terrible. So there you go, future Adrian Fernandez. I just entertained your you know your question, and I answered it. Hopefully, um, you know it is what you expected. Let's see where I'm at. Okay. Burning to death is worse. Future Whale shares one of my thoughts. I need to find a Cuban wife so I can eat some white rice and black beans during the Moas. Her name is Chipotle. um, and then after that, you can use the capital that you made from that, and you can actually travel to Cuba. Get me some, what do you call those? Some Cuban cigars, Cubanos. Here's a fun fact from Adrian Fernandez. Man-made currency only buys man-made items. Everything we need in life is to survive is absolutely free. That is 100%. I heard you, I think, say this somewhere before, Adrian, and I agree with you 100% on that. Man-made currency purchases man-made freedom. They call it Wall Street because it's where they created the wall that divides the rich from the poor. Ah, I like that one. Uh, would you be down to found a company that the community supports post MOAS? You are the designated strategist after all. Um, yeah, I'm definitely down. Yeah, I think that's amazing. To be like to for all of our family to have its own company. Um, and I think obviously in that case, we all will have a say as well. Um, like how we're supposed to be having a say in the AMC meetings and the shareholder meetings, since we hold all the shares and whatnot. We would have way more than that, because obviously we're going to have our uh, each person is going to be part of the board as well. It's going to be a weird board. We're going to have like so many people a part of the board, but that's the way it is. It's going to be like Congress, where everybody speaks. But like I said, it's going to be so divided into my vision on this, and this is just right off the top of my head, and it could be worked around or it could be made true. The way that I take it is for us to all have our capitals, our investments, and everything, and be within this division. And also, on top of that, for each single person to have something to bring to the table. So it's not just you put your money and I'm part of this hedge fund that is part of the family that we were before we were anything. No, it's also each person will have something also to do with the hedge fund besides the housekeeping part. No one is better come up and say, "Hey, I'm very good with this." No, the itself, like the family itself, like we have a lot of bunch of realtors in here, a bunch of doctors and some people in the health fields here. You see what I'm saying? So like the hedge fund can have very valuable assets and expose itself to very valuable things, because not everybody needs to be a day trader or a desk trader like these other hedge funds. That's why we will have gain grounds on them, because every person will have something or they will bring something. Like I see it as being done like the Google or the Amazon. Okay, I know we're thinking very big, but big things have small beginnings. But like you see how Google have their own life, like they have their own bubble, or Amazon have their own plant, and at every single moment or time, there's something happening. Um, if it's time while trades are happening, there's people who are executing those trades. If there is risk assessments, there's this, individuals that have their department that is overlooking the trades and all that stuff and risk assessing what's happening. No naked shorting or none of that stuff happening on our side. Um, and in the same time, a bunch of areas that cater to other stuff like enthusiastic work, fundraising for places that need food, change in hunger. I mean, again, like we need to be so much of a bigger entity than ourselves in that in that that's the dream. How I see or envision it, that being done as far as a company. um will have our hands into anything and everything, and we'll forge our place in this realm or in this business world, in any way or shape or form. Anything they will talk about will be in. If this is a conversation about coffee, we will have some business expenditures in coffee. Just like you see, Citadel, for example, is in everything in the stock market and is trying to branch out. Well, we can branch out at a much smaller scale, but much faster than they do if you do it correctly, like the way that I'm mentioning to you right now. Um, we will have exposure to all these entities without us all have to rely on one person, because now all are one and one is all, because each single person has a specialty that they can expose the hedge fund or the company to. Of course, we're speaking about the future now, right? And eventually, with it being very, very, like, let's say it got exposed to some coffee guru. The saying that coffee guru talked about, like, hey, such and such is going to be coffee is going to go up, or coffee, there's always need for coffee everywhere, so we can import this from here. We have the capitals for this. We can make a structure that we can have be in that business, in that game, maybe not as big as the biggest guys in that world, but when we have our hands here in this cookie jar, we have our hands in that cookie jar, we have our hands in this cookie jar and in this cookie jar, and you get what I'm trying to get to. Eventually, when we put all our cookies in together, yeah, we'll be bigger than any of these big guys out there. Who's going to be as big as us? You're the biggest guy in Wall Street? Okay. We might be in the top 100 or 200, but guess what? Look at our assets from all over the place. We're in this, we're in this. You're only number one here, so you're concentrated here. But we have assets coming in from everywhere. When you put them all together, we will outweigh you and outplay you by any day in this world. Big visions. We'll see what happens with time. Adrian Fernandez, future will get yourself a Filipina. Thank me later. The fact that they have paid shills to bash stocks and try to convince you to sell your position lets you know that they actually believe we're that stupid and easily manipulated. And that says a lot. I mean, of course. And now it's pointless because they kept pushing this further and further down the line with all this bots and the shills talking and crap happening. Um, and they know that it's not working anymore, but it worked on some people. And right now they want to entertain the idea of They want the people that don't believe or don't listen to these shills and bots to start entertaining the idea of what if this thing, because they keep talking about it for a long time, and obviously nothing has come to help us. Also on our end, it's been us against the world since day one. Nothing have come to help us along the way, by any shape or form. So they might want to harness the idea in your brain of what if this never happens, or it's never going to happen. That's the only thing they're reserving to. So I don't think that's going to even affect you guys even then as well. So, hey, it's a win-win situation for us. It's just a matter of time. The Philippines is rich in poverty. That is 100%. The more I talk, the more I buy stock. I'm still holding Michael DeRoy. Welcome to the family. And yes, I hashtag that. Me too as well. Same thing as Mickey J. America is the only place where if you're worried about getting stoned, it's not a life-threatening situation. America will literally bomb the F out of any country if they dare challenge them. That's why many other countries hate Americans. It's the truth, guys. It's the truth. Um, but again, it's all about the power. It's all about the power. When you have the power, you can't live without it. And he or they that don't have it will do whatever to try to get it. And unfortunately, um, man nature causes man, the entire race of humankind, to uh, live in this never ending cycle of uh, good and evil. Because, until the creator or the most high calls it's, people start hearing the horns, they're blown, and each will atone to what they have done, whether their sins or deeds in this life. And that's the way I see it, just gonna happen. Otherwise, mankind there will always be good and there will always be evil. Um, no matter how evil things get, just remember there's always good. No matter how good things get, remember there's evil in the background as well. Remember, that's Lucifer's promise to God, was when he got thrown away from the heavens, uh, or the skies, in other words, as well. He told him that I shall take many of these people that, because God said, bow down to Adam. Everybody said, okay, all the angels obeyed except Lucifer. He was like, why shall I bow down to him? I'm made from fire, and this thing is made from dirt and clay. He told him, this creature is more valuable than you think. And obviously, that's what Lucifer's biggest sin is, because Lucifer, believe it or not, depending on what books you've read or whatnot, but Lucifer was actually one of the servants of the Lord, and he was a very good servant. Very good. He wasn't an angel. He was never an angel. So he wasn't made from, angels are made from light, as this is how we understand it. But uh devils, which in other words, there's another creature called jinn, djinn, and those are living things or creatures as well. They're a different race, that is entirely made from fire or smoke. So Satan, or Lucifer in this case, being made from that, he always viewed himself higher, as having a hierarchy compared to this thing that was made out of clay and it was lifeless, because he was traveling through Adam's body before he had his soul blown into him. Left and right is like, what is so special about this? Why are you what? Okay, we'll see what happens. And then God one day tells him, everybody to bow down to this, and everybody did except Satan, Lucifer. Um, and then the story goes on further and further. Then he starts playing them with their brain to get them to eat from that apple. They do. Then they all get casted away to earth from the heavens. They all got cursed away to earth. And from that point on out, Lucifer felt like the person that was responsible for him leaving the heavens or the skies was Adam. So therefore, he declared a never-ending war on mankind, on all the Adam offsprings. And he have his offsprings as well. So he says, for each human that is born, there's one that is born on this side to try to play with his brain or her brain, um, and influence you to the wrong side. So that's his promise to God, and that was his promise to Adam. Again, I'm not pushing an agenda on any of you guys. This is what AB believes, so it may not be, your reality or your factual, but this is just some of what AB believes in. So, much respect to you guys, and hopefully you respect me as well. They don't force the top dog, but they sure force us little guys with no issue. Of course. Uh, Camera fell revealing 1 trillion naked shorts. uh, no ballot for me. Yeah, I don't believe in left and right. They kind of are all garbage. Yeah, they just play their role. Each one has to play an agenda, and whatever that agenda is, they just have to play it, stick to it, and that way it seems believable to the rest of us. As George Carlin said, very wise guy, it's a big club and you ain't part of it. That is true. Neither are for the people. We the people means them, the elite people of the nation. Yep. And one bird with two wings left and right. That is truly. That's very spot on. Adrian, just think if George was still alive seeing the shit show world these days and he thought it was bad enough back then. Well, yeah. Adrian, I'm not going to read your. But that's very good. That's very good that she thinks so as well. Leo the Lion, how's it going, brother? I love how spooky Nancy addresses the oil giants as price gouging at the gas pumps, but fails to mention anything about inside trading or the market manipulation they are directly connected with. Um, yeah, what can we say, right? You gotta love it. Lucifer was God's right hand servant. Satan is the same being, but is he that was is he that was cast out of the heavens after envying God and wanting to be him? See, yeah, this is the thing. The Book of Enoch explained this in detail. Life is basically a war between God and Satan over souls. Uh, Here's the thing. See, that's why I said I didn't want to press this. This is AB's agenda, not for everyone. Adrian, AB follows the Islamic faith. That's why. And in an Islamic faith, yes, the souls only belong to God. The Satan is is a creation, not a creator. So we view it as that everything is in God's hand. That's it. It's just one guy. That's it. He takes care of everything. He decides on everything. Now, as far as Lucifer, the other names, they are the same thing: Satan, Lucifer, Iblis, in other languages. Uh, his job is to try to get as many people to go to hell rather than to heaven, because again, it became a personal thing. Like to him, he was, yes, he was one of the most obedient servants of God. even as high as the angel's rank, because he was never an angel. So yes, he didn't bow down. He didn't accept the new creation of God, um, because apparently this earth had other creations on it before. You know, before we roam this earth, and now we are the ones who's roaming it and controlling it. The jinns were the people of earth, and they started fighting amongst themselves, shedding blood left and right, until God ordered uh, his angels to come down to earth and obviously battle the jinns and basically screwed them up. They beat these guys up. Um, and whatever is left over from them, they were all became strays, where certain gang members were in this area and this mountain and that river and that whatever, blah blah blah. But before, they had actual kingdoms and regions and countries that they overlooked and controlled under their own way of, or their flag, in other words. Um, so yeah, I don't even know the name of the leader of all jinns at the time. His name is weird. It's Sumya, Suma, and he was their leader. But Satan, being from that same crowd, or Lucifer, he also, since he was in hierarchy and he was, up in the skies doing crazy work for God and good things and everything. But when he went against the God's will, not all jinns are bad. There are some good jinns that, they're created and they were also worshiping God, and they don't go against, God's commandments and all that stuff. Um, Versus there's the bad ones, similar to Satan, basically, who went and followed Satan to go against God's commandments. And on top of that, he filled their hearts and minds with the idea of the followers of Lucifer here we're speaking about. He filled their minds and hearts with the idea that he is going to be the future king, and he will overtake God and he'll be their God. And he will bring heaven on earth for them and all that kind of stuff. So they're following, even the bad devils, they're themselves are followers of something. That's why Satan is extremely terrible, um, because he's even manipulated his own into following him into a wrong path, because obviously they will all end up in hell. And again, I'm not pushing any agenda on anyone here or any of you guys. I know, if I respect all the religions and all the beliefs and faiths, and even the no religions, I respect all of it. We all have a lot to learn from each other. Obviously, it doesn't matter what you bring to the table. Um, you bring a different thought that can inch someone else a little closer to a reality or a truth that we can't see. So that possibility is always out there. You just got to keep yourself and leave yourself open to it. So yeah, I hope I'm not offending anyone by saying what I'm saying. Um, Again, this is just me explaining what my feel or my thought process on that is. Let's see. Uh, so yeah, eventually Adrian, like the bow tie on the whole thing at the end is that it's not a battle between God and Satan, because God is just so mighty and big. There's no comparison. No one can fight with him or battle with him. This is just proven rights. We'll put it in a way where Adam knows all the names of his people that ever existed. That's his miracle that God had gave him. He was able to name all the angels name by name without ever meeting them before. So that was one thing, while obviously Satan didn't have that. So that's why all the angels bowed down instantly. They're like, he knows what we don't know. We all don't know all our names like memorized without meeting us. So that is a miracle, which means, yes, if the Lord ordered us to do this, we will do it. The only person that didn't do it was obviously Satan. So he's in a battle with mankind. So that's how I'll rephrase this, Fernandez. He's in a battle with mankind, but the judge will always be one, and they know where their cases will go to rest. Eventually, if God ordered or wanted Satan to be gone like this, he can literally just flick his finger and Satan is gone just like that. Again, with respect to what I believe, and also with respect to what all of you guys, or what you believe also, Adrian, in here, um, despite whatever it is. In the same fashion, Lucifer would have killed God if it were possible. If it were possible, the evil killed the good out of jealousy and envy, of course. And in today's standards, it's still the same. Nothing has changed. I hang out with Shiite Muslims myself, so I see both sides of the Dogecoin. I like your sense of humor, Adrian. I don't talk down or judge other people's beliefs. I respect them. We're all different, and here's the thing: we're all different, maybe spiritually, maybe soulfully, but humanly, we're all the same. At the end of it, that's why I always stand for human cause over anything, because humanly we're all the same. Ah, I'm trying to see what happened here. So Sundial ended up moving down 12%, erasing basically everything it moved in the pre-market. This was so it basically, they still pushing out articles saying Sundial grows shares soar 21% after companies post Q1. The company posts Q1 earnings. Sundial grows down in after hours trading despite narrowing quarterly loss. An AMC situation happening in Sundial. Um, it's just a matter of time. They can play these earnings as manipulate them as much as they want, because this is manipulation. This is nothing. Any other stupid company out there that provides AMC like earnings or Sundial like earnings or any of these will be flying right now 200-300% on that news, because we are still a market that is trying to recover from a complete shutdown. Show me what company is in full profit already and is not losing anything per share. The castrating effect of the market is entirely on the whole gridiron, everywhere. So any of these other companies, when they get earnings report that says something like or along the lines of, "Hey, we are good," or "We are gonna be, we're instead of losing $30 a share, now we're losing $20 a share." These companies will fly 100% or 50, 60, 70, 80% on that news, versus with AMC or Sundial or GME or whatnot. Um, the narrative of the media spins it out exactly the opposites, but the same news. They would literally use that same news, AMC's loss or shrink on earnings. No, they're not losing such like $1.50 a stock anymore, or a share. They're losing 70 cents a share. So that's a big improvement, right? Twice as big. But instead, they'll say AMC. Here's what the media will say: AMC is still operating under a loss. They're still not in a profit. They didn't pay down their debt. Well, the point is, like, I don't know who they're shipping this news out to, who's reading this, who's absorbing this bunch of garbage, but all companies are operating the most 90%, 99% of all companies are reacting to the same thing. No company is selling. In other words, no company is selling or producing, or its value per share is the same as what it was in 2017. So they push this and they swing the media the way that they see fit, or whatever supports them. But in the same time, I don't even think that they push it out so that the market can react to it. No, I think they react, but they push out the news because they change the price the way they see fit. Do you guys really think, let's put this question out there. Do you guys really think that there is such thing as we pump it and we dump it stocks, like the way that we feel like we affect it? When you see major dumps or pumps on the market, that's all institutional all over it. Our money is not being put into the capitalization of it, because obviously there's certain amounts that, if they were to let that happen, then the stock market would long time ago would have been completely in shambles. um, every day people will gather up on the internet and say this such and such company only has 50 million shares. If we, amongst all of us, we have 50 million shares, we go ahead and buy it all up. Now it's closed. And obviously, as easy as that should be the case, that's not how they let it happen. So they put out this news, because here's how I can prove to you that what I'm saying is correct. Why is it that when stupid company like JD, that's just a company that I've seen the ticker symbol for, if it posts the same earnings style or report as AMC or Sundial or GME, why a company like that would go ahead and fly 50, 60, 70, 140% on the news? Because it's it's consolidating its debt. It's much less. Wow, this is really good news. This is a very good company. But when it comes to AMC, it's the opposite effect. It goes down, it doesn't go up. No matter what we buy, how much we buy. Didn't mean to veer down the spiritual path, brother, but AMC is still gonna mow us. Oh, of course. Listen, brother. Family, one thing that makes a family very unique is the fact that there's no lines, or there's no limits amongst themselves. When I say I view you guys all as family, for sure I do that. So I speak my mind freely, and I expect all of you guys to speak your mind freely. We're only not a family if we all have different agendas, and we're just around each other for a different agenda. Like, for example, uh, some people could be in here, and that's fine. It's totally fine. Not considering this as a family or whatnot. A lot of people could just like, hey, what's in this whole thing for me? I'm just looking for info for my cause, and that's fine. That's human nature. Um, but the ones that I consider, and they consider me as family in here, and we consider ourselves as really as family in here, we're not gonna, the last thing in our mind is how I say something or how you say something and how the family is going to react to it. Of course, if you're wrong about it, since we already accepted you as a family member, this is the meaning of family, guys. That we all, even when you're wrong, we're gonna point you out. We're gonna say, okay, I think you're wrong with there. Change that. No, 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 don't do that. Because at the end of the day, you are already a family. So family doesn't go away no matter what. Family can be corrected. Family can be guided. Family can be helped. Family can be, uh, supported. All that, but can't family can't be deleted. That's one thing that does not represent family. Um, so it doesn't matter what mindset and what part of the world you come from. I call you family. I'm always going to see the good in you than the bad. And even if the bad comes out, because we all have bad in us, and good. So even when it's the bad that is out there, I will look at it from a perspective of where how I can fix this, but not how to cancel culture. You can't cancel family. So you're good, brother. There's nothing you can say or you will say that will do that unless you're saying things to intentionally try to hurt someone or try to hurt me. And I know family don't do that as well, so that's why it's vice versa. How is it that apes have literally exposed the market corruption and the Fed's government account as if it's a fair and legit market? When is the gig up? That's the million or the billion or the $1 trillion question in this case, or the $100 trillion question in this case, is when the gig is up. But as far as everything else, 100%, 100% on everything else you said. If if we apes are less, just say 10 million strong, let's just say we're 10 million strong. In comparison to the global population, that's nothing. Imagine how many people don't know what is going on. They hear the negative news. What do? React the way that the negative news wants them to react. You're right. You're 100% right. Why is Regal Theaters worth more per share than AMC? But yet the short thesis is the movie industry is dead. I call goat shit. um, well, obviously, it makes no sense, especially that Regal have been purchased or acquired some of Regal Theaters by AMC, the most important ones, that is. Um, it makes no sense, of course. Manipulation. But again, these things are not point. There's no highlight on it. There's no light that just highlights all over it so that media can put it out there more so that more average consumers can look at it and see it because they're not going to understand. They're not looking for it. We're the only ones looking at that. Everyone else is not even either don't know what to look at or what they're looking at. Why are they to look at anyways? And then the rest of the media is on the institutional side where it's not in their best interest to reveal that the way that it is. So most of us, that's 10 million that you're speaking about, Adrian, are pushing out all the kind of DD and info in the world about this. But who are we pushing it out to? We're pushing it out to the same 10 million. You see? So we are growing. Yes, of course we are. And this noise is beautiful that is made by us as far as corruption. And even if it's not a true message, if somebody is saying corruption and they don't know what they're talking about, it's still good media. Negative media, good media is all good media. At the end of the day, if you're looking for exposure, negative or positive, you don't care because as long as you get that exposure, right? So, yeah, we'll see where this takes us, Adrian. Future whale. Uh, Tell that to my family. I am just playing. You are right, though. All right, let's see. Let's have any questions in here. Wow, 3.5 hours. Aren't we an amazing family? I didn't even notice until I looked at it, too. Um, Crypto still in the same area. It looks all green, but really it's just because it opened up at a higher point and now it's back down to the same consolidation. I mean, it's really $400 more than where it was all or majority of last night. So no crazy stuff. AMC, nothing crazy happened. It's we could literally drop a movie that sells $5 trillion worth of tickets and we still would have a problem in earnings or whatever. So yeah, BBIG ended up losing its what it gained in the regular market. Um, and here's the funny part. Read this. Listen to this. BBIG stock pops ahead of May 18th record date for Vinco Ventures. This was released 5 hours ago. It popped because it closed the market at plus $4, 4%, 4.62%. Um, and in the after hours, it lost 5.15, which means it lost more than it gained in a day. So the article is pointless at this point, right? When you look at it, you're like, oh, okay. So who wrote this? Investor Place. Ah, okay. I wonder whose agenda they're trying to push here. Then the Dow Jones reported something on the 9th, I remember, said that that's something to keep your eye on, guys. Uh, Cryptide shareholders are to sell 10.5 million shares from time to time. We are to think about that as time moves forward. Let's see. What else? Ah, Austin Gold 3%, IRNT another 3%, 3.5. Vroom up movement still. Um, Tomorrow's movers possibility for you guys to think about if in the morning, if you guys 4 o'clock in the morning time frame, plays to look forward to take off are BRDS, um, HUSN, and NXLP, NXPL. Those three are, in my opinion, gonna be, and Microvast had a nice move after hours. I would, that one is one of the memes, so I would be careful. As far as day trades, again, no financial advice here, guys. As far as day trades, those three I mentioned, BRDS, NXPL, and HUSN. Those three, if you know when to get in and you know when to get out, you'll make some good money tomorrow. Uh, that's definitely for sure. But again, if you know what you're doing, when to get in and when to get out, um, those three will give you what you need. DUAC, nothing special. Let me see here what's happening. My brother is literally a financial advisor, and he says AMC will never reach 100. An example of how people don't fully understand what is going on. He sees it only based on fundamentals. Here's the thing, Adrian. I would love to understand, as in, what are the fundamentals that your brother is speaking of? Is it psychological effect that people will sell? They will not wait until 100? Or is he basing that on some other fundamentals that none of us see? Um, because it's hard to see how anything else is fundamental here. Clearly a lot of things are not fundamental, and in a manipulative way. Um, and it's not that people don't understand or fully understand what is going on. People have an idea on what's going on, but whatever it is definitely manipulation. It's not that, okay, everything is normal and it's perfect, because that's what the other side is trying to spin. Um, you just don't understand that you are in a losing, you're fighting on a losing end. Um, and you don't know that. That's what they're trying to push from that side. But how are they able to push this news out there or that agenda out there? Is through convincing you, like, through, for example, like your brother, without any obviously pun intended toward your brother, is convincing them that smart money is the way, and we understand other things that you don't understand, which, while at some point that is true, because they're living in that world. Most of us are people who are doing something else, and this is on the side. For them, that's their world. So I could get why some of them, but that doesn't mean they're smarter than us. And it's 100% very evident, the manipulation that happens on not just the stock, but many meme stocks. And the only way that AMC does not go over 100 is if the system stands up and says, we're not paying this much. We don't have, nobody has this much money to pay out that much. And again, that's the government side deciding that. Because again, you got to remember, people paid, bought, and paid for shares. Where did the money go? It's all been sitting in an FTD, majority of it, in FTD lists that are ever growing over and over again. Yeah, that's why I said, unless the government says here, the middle finger to you and to all your movement, it's impossible that that's the case. It's just impossible. You can't look at also this play only based on the company that you hope, because to a certain extent, it's not all about it's the company, it's about the people. Like, here's what we did. We rigged the system, and that's why smart money can't understand it. We rigged the system. And how we rigged the system, guys, is by buying and holding. The hold was never part, once again, was never part of the equation. And how we rigged it even better is by buying more and more and more and hold, which means the reason why there's a lot of failure to delivers is because, fundamentally speaking, here's why, for Adrian, here's why you what your brother don't see. If there was no FTDs of biblical proportions and beyond, if all these shares that we have purchased, and many people have purchased, we'll just use AMC for example now. If all the FTDs on AMC were delivered, which rightfully they should, right? Fundamentally, they should. If they were all delivered, do you know how much the capitalization of AMC will be? Do you know how much? The reason why AMC right now is worth this much is because it's obviously its capitalization is going under and is being shorted. But it's easier to short a stock when its cap is going down and it's under, rather than shorting a stock that's like Amazon, because of how much investment is in it, and the capitalization is ludicrous. You can't, for example, see, where is it? When you have an Amazon and it's at market cap of 1.13 trillion, and there's many other things that goes on it, like as far as the turnover and many other things that breaks down into it. But 1.13 trillion market cap got you, based on how many shares they have, and at the $2,216 a share, versus if you have AMC, the market cap is 6.5 billion. No wonder why the price is like this. But if all these FTDs were delivered, the market cap of AMC will be so billions higher. Let's say there is 5 billion or 6 billion worth of shares that have just not been added to the market, like toward the company, because the company doesn't make money on shares that are not delivered. Obviously, that they make money on shares that are bought, because the more it goes, the more money the company can make out of selling its own shares and liquidity and all that stuff. So 6.5 billion. If let's say if there was 6 billion that were not delivered, I know it's a lot more than that. We know it's a lot more than that. The FTDs list for AMC alone. Let's say it was more. So when you see that, like 6 extra billion that goes into the market capitalization of this, which means automatically at that point, we are looking at doubling our evaluation easily at the $23, $24 range, just by that happening. That's if that's all that there is. And the shorts can be addressed, because obviously if the shorts get addressed, that's with the shorts on us and everything. Um, it's like, you can't look, and that's my point. Is also like the further point that I'm trying to show here also is, for people who are looking at the fundamentals of smart, as far as smart money and whatever, you can't take something that is played with and say we're going to use this as the slide for this experiment. It's been contaminated. You're not going to get an end result here, or a true accurate end result, because it's been manipulated with. But if everything is added onto that slide perfectly from the get-go, the price of AMC without any squeeze, just whatever is bought, AMC bought, FTDs and whatnot, is easily, can send the price of AMC easily, without any shorts on it or anything, into the $3, $4, $500 range naturally. Just failure to deliver on AMC. And that's not any craziness or whatever. It's not financial advice, obviously, because that's not what's happening. But if it were to be delivered, all of it, and anything you buy and I buy goes straight to lit exchange, yeah, the price will be there minimum $3, $4, $500 minimum. And then you can take that slide and then you can apply your fundamentals at that point, when the play is fundamentally fixed from the get-go. But you can't use these broken, uh, you know, these broken figures or numbers, and use them in a way that is, saying, now this is fundamental result. This is why I'm coming up with this answer, is because look, we have this and this and this, which equals this. Well, no, you're working with wrong variables, so your answer is always going to be wrong. So there are some smart money thinkers that actually think, uh, that they used their ultimate, or they used, like, in their head, they're using the right method, and that is true. Their thoughts are accurate, and it's true. The only problem is that they are not putting in the mind, like, in effect, the idea of, there is no, they're not using the right variables in this. They're using wrong variables, incomplete, and therefore they're not getting the actual result. So they think this is the right result, but it's really not. Sorry, I'm a little emotional on that, because it's kind of like when they speak on that, they speak with their nose held up high and say, and I'm not saying your brother Adrian here is like this, but majority of them, they get the sense of uh, joy that they get because they came up with something that they feel like everybody else is so dumb on the other end, who's on the AMC train, they can't see this, but they're the smart ones that were able to see this. Well, what you don't see is the fact that if you are one of those people, this is a direct message to one of those people that think like that. Have you put into perspective the idea that whatever variables you're bringing in to base your theory off of, is it complete? You're using AMC's depth. You're using AMC's this. You're using AMC, shortcomings on this or whatnot. Well, guess what? Have you calculated the FTDs that's on AMC? If they were to be given even a single second or thought of them being delivered, which again, I actively have been saying that it's not the low price that will get them to cover. It's the delivery of FTDs that will get them to kickstart this um, MOAS for us. That's just how way I see it. It has to. It can't be any other way. Again, I'm not a financial advisor, so I could be obviously wrong. Um, but it's going to be a certain portion of FTDs, obviously, at a cheap price, because how can you buy those FTDs? I mean, you don't want to cover those FTDs when the price is in the hundreds, right? Because no one is going to ever forget about this. The public will always ask about these FTDs, so they need to answer those. You got to remember the beast we're working with here, and they will answer this. Maybe they might not cover all of them, but if they do, I think they will cover each single one, unless if it was something that had something to do with options or futures. But if it was a purchase stock and it never got delivered, all those will be answered to. What's the best way to buy the government to get itself out of this mess and buy all that stuff out for less? Is to buy all those FTDs at the lowest price possible. So what if the price was to drop to $8 or $7, right? Let's say AMC at $7. Do you know how much money the government just made? As much money as the MOAS is going to bring us, they just made more money. Why? Because let's say they had to cover 30 billion AMC FTDs. Those 30 billion, odds are 95% of those, if not 99% of those, bought those shares or paid for those shares when the price was either at 20, 30, 40, 50, or 60. You know what? Even in the teens, 99% of those people purchased or paid for these shares when the price was either in the teens going on up. So if you, let's say, hypothetically speaking here, to bridge the gap even closer and closer to the idea I'm giving to you guys, that if there was, uh, if 99% of the people in AMC all bought the shares, hypothetically speaking, at the same exact time, and they bought it at $15 average cost, that means that if FTD starts to get covered at $7 and they cover all of them at once, again, I don't see that happen exactly just like that all at once, but it's a possibility. Don't count anything out. But if they cover all of them at 7, means how much, if you calculate 15 minus 7, that's $8 that got pocketed per FTD to whichever higher power that goes to. Somebody pocketed $8 a share. Again, given that we use those variables that everybody bought in at 15 at the same time, and now if they cover the FTDs, they cover it at $7. So they took your money, they paid you back your money from your money, they pocketed a lot of it, and now it's all amongst all of you to try to scramble for the rest and see who's going to come out making more than someone else, who's going to lose, who's going to win. Do you get my point or not? Throw a thumbs up if you understand what I'm saying. If you don't, I can continue to go down in this conversation even more to show you why it is going to come in a form. If no one is selling, why would hedge funds start closing positions at $7 or $8 or $9 or $10 or $11? Who's selling at $11 if they bought at 30 or 40 or 50 or 20 or even 15 or even at 12? Let's say if I, even the only people that are doing any selling are day traders. So let's say if I was day trading, do you know out of all of AMC how many day traders there is? No one can give you a definitive percent, but I can tell you it's very low. It's less than 10% of the people. Less than 10% of the people in this play are day traders out of the retail. Institutes, obviously, they do what they do. They move big movements, so therefore they trade like no other any given time. But they also, if they're just an investing institution, then they invest for a long term because they don't want to pay capital gains and all that stuff. Take it from me, guys. I'll tell you. Um, it's. I personally think that this whole thing, if people are not selling at 11, so that the hedge funds can close, or definitely, lack of a better term, people are not definitely going to sell in the sevens and the eights and the sixes and whatever. Who's going to give them shares to cover their shorts with? It's not 5 or 10 shares that they're closing. They need to close hundreds of millions of shares. That's the ones we know of. So who's going to give them those shares? If it's not you or I, institutions? How many? All of them? Well, majority of them got in when the price was 30 and 40 and 20. So who's going to sell them? It's not going to be all of them. Like I said again, some institutes might, because they got in low and they've been lending out the shares so many times that they made so much money, to the point where they might have made a side deal with the devils, saying, when the time is right, we'll give you back the shares when you need them at a low price. But that's factored in through how much they made together in this Devour. That's a possibility. I don't see it happening like that, but that's a possibility. I entertain every possible outcome, guys, and you should too. But that's not enough. They need the shares you and I have. So, what can kick the price back up? Media is gonna lie to you, and is gonna have you, and other creators are gonna have you that don't understand this process or the position that we're in, because they're comparing it to some old biblical crap that they dealt with in some other events in this market in the past, or they're comparing it to other events in the past of in this in the capital market, in Wall Street, and it's not. This is not the same. You can't think Overstock is going to be this. You can't think Volkswagen is going to be this. Those people are who think like this are literally using a kid's mindset. And again, I'm sorry for this comparison. No pun intended or disrespect to anyone, but if you think like that, that means you think like comparing objects like a kid when they compare their best favorite hero. Which Power Ranger is stronger? The blue one or the black one? Or the red one or the pink one? And that's not how you think about this. These are two different catalysts, two different events, two different situations than anything else. I mean, this particular event, it has the potential, and it has the numbers to be worse than the Great Depression, which Overstock or Volkswagen or .com 2008 have nothing alike to that event, to that magnitude. So if no one is selling, institutions, not many of them, it's not enough, and no one's selling at those low prices, what is going to kick the price back up? FTD covering. When the time is right, for the right price, the entity that have pocketed so much money, in this case it's the market, uh, obviously pockets the amount, because they're delivering something so far down the line now, so late, that they should have delivered at the right price. Of somebody paid $15 for this stock, hypothetically speaking, and now they're coming to deliver it. They're going to buy the stock and deliver it, but at what price? At 8, at 9? So what happened to the $7-8 that in between, the price difference? You see what I'm saying? Now here's the funny thing. How can they cover all the FTDs buying what shares, fulfilling what shares? We're talking about billions. That's over the actual float. You see, here's the crazy part. This gets way more, like there's way more than one tinfoil hat in this situation, in this case. That's why I believe that you're going to see crazy volume, but it's going to be like no one can do anything about this. On the time of the squeeze, you're going to have crazy volumes every day. Every day you're going to think this is it. I don't think anyone by a close shot has any idea or exactly close idea how big When I said that the FTD covering alone could kick this price up into well into the 400 to 500s before the added grease and the and the fuel of short covering because of margin calls. Um, I stand with that firmly. Like I literally would say again, once again, AB thinks, not financial advice. Here's what I think. AB thinks that the FTD covering will result, or the certain amount that they will cover, if not all. That way, we don't know. Like they can pay for it and they can also buy it back at these short or these low prices so that they can cover up as many shares that should not, obviously synthetic shares that don't exist. So they can't FTD 50 billion shares, or they can't FTD 30 or 40 billion or 20 billion shares. Again, you got to remember, they got to work with the 500 million shares that is supposed to be the whole float. So majority of these volumes and caps are going to be covered, like sold, like bought in at this low price, but then taken out from the back and delivered straight into the ocean so that no one sees it, or to the back dumpster that's on fire so that no one gets the paper trail. That's how I see it happening. And it's going to happen, and it's going to be so much covering, the price will kick price, like it will surge like insanely. I believe that the trigger point for the hedge funds is going to be somewhere between 80 to 100 bucks. That's when I think that they're going to be like, oh my God, I can't do this. Because remember, the price went to 74 before and no one closed their positions. After a whole year of making so much money and no regulations and everything, you want me to expect that because market conditions are terrible now, that they're all hurting? Yeah, they are all hurting because the income is not the same as before. The backup is not the same as before. But what's the same? Whatever they made in this whole year of when somebody, I don't want to mention who, kicked the can down the road for them for a whole year, that was giving them a whole year to upgrade their books. You know what? We're just going to look away to the other side for a whole year and let's see what you can do in that time frame. And you better save yourself. You better make as much money as possible, because we're going to come to a point where I'm going to say I'm hands off. Remember a month and a half, 2 months ago, I told you when the SFTs and everything, before everybody started talking about it, I was telling you already, don't worry, guys, blah, blah, blah. This whole talk about the government, that's what the NSCC was basically saying. And remember, I think you remember that live. I was talking about the NSCC is just came out and said in this filing that they made. In other words, they're saying we're not going to help you, but we're not going to let retail F you over. So they joined no side, but they took the institutional side a little more, obviously, through not forcing the true things that needs to be forced. They just basically stayed neutral. And that way, if this person wins or that person wins, they can easily transition to the other side. They can't ever be on the losing side publicly, because then you're talking about exposure to revolutions and crazy stuff, because you can't there can't be definitive proof that your government is against you. It just can't. So that has to die. That's why you see a lot of people get assassinated and whatnot, because no loose ends. We got to tie that up. The government must always, you can think and you know that this is BS, but you can't definitively prove it with actual live details. So yeah, I think honestly it's going to come down to this. FTDs will start getting covered at a low price. Someone basically will pocket so much money, more than what we all combined we make. Somebody is going to make like literally like twice as that much alone. It does, depending on who's that entity. I don't think it's an individual, obviously. I think it's an entity or regime or a government or something that basically sold you shares in the 20s and the 30s. That's why there was always that craze of buy the dip, buy the dip. which is, I mean, again, the more the better, the merrier. I am never going to come out here and tell people don't buy or don't sell. Uh, but that was needed because that gave certain entities the money that it needed without having to deliver this to you. You already are okay and you're content with buying and holding. You're already saying in your mind, I'm going to put this money in here, I'm going to hold. So you're already expecting to wait on your money. For these guys, they need more money, more capital to make money don't wait. So, and they need more capital to make more money. And who else to hit or to play other than us better? No one. Again, you want to wait for your money. You already coming in expecting to wait. So you don't care about your money. They're like, okay, we're not going to put this evaluation or whatever this person just bought toward the stock. That way we don't get burnt. That way that we can wait a year and a half, 2 years, 3 years, whatever the case may be for them, or when this thing is over with. We could take that money and we can go ahead and work it. This person, the owner of it, in their mind, in his or her mind, they think that they're here to wait. You know, so I'm thinking that I'm waiting. This is what it takes. Buy and hold. They took my money out from the back door as soon as I deposited, and they were laughing as they were loading it onto the van. Somebody, they take it and they go ahead and do capital. They capitalize on it globally in many different ways, whether it's drug trafficking or in weapon trafficking or human trafficking or whatnot. I don't know where my money is going, but one thing I do know that at that point is one, it did not go toward the stock, and I'm not seeing any of it unless I want to take less. So if I bought the shares at 15 and the cost was at 12 or 11 and I sold, that's when I would have lost and I would have hurted for that. I would have gotten hurt for that. Now, if I would have sold above 15, I would have made money. They would have hurt even more. But here's the thing. If we all did that back then, which is what they wanted you also to do, it's a completely reverse psychology. Great game that they have been playing with us, that either way, they're going to come out good from it. If you buy and hold, we take your money, we go make more money out of it. And when we deliver your shares that we were supposed to deliver to you instantly, you paid 15, but we're really buying them at $8 or $7 or $9. Versus you selling at a little higher. Let's say you went with the other one, the other narrative. So if you went to sell at a higher, you bought in at 15 and you sold it at 20, then they also won in that realm, because that way they were able to take to stop the squeeze from happening. And from let's say they lost $5 on that transaction, they can make that back by one, closing the squeeze, which means the stock gets selling pressure and they get shorted. It drops down to damn near zero. Everybody's already sold out, so they gain that five that you made off of them. They gain 100 folds or 2,000 folds from everyone else. They'll get that $5 back. So it's a win-win situation for them all along. They don't like the first suggestion. They would have loved the second one, the one where you buy for 15 and you sell for 20. They would love that because they can, they're in the middle. There's more of us than them. So once they take their cut out, automatically the remaining, if whatever is remaining, is much less than what is supposed to be remaining, which means the overwhelming majority are fighting for, if there is a billion of us or 10 million of us, we're fighting for, 500,000 worms instead of, if we're all birds, instead of having to each having one of our own, because we walked in with one. I walked in with one. You walked in with one. She walked in with one. She walked in with one. He walked in with one. Now there's half. I can't go home without one. I need one. So now all of us are fighting, and there's 100% half of us are going to walk out with nothing. So hopefully this whole thing right now that you opened up, Adrian, this whole can of uh, amazingness and FTDs and smart money. Thank you. Uh, Hopefully that explained something else extra to you and to the rest of the family on how I see things happening. So that once again, just a brush over, FTDs begin to get covered at a very low range. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't cover all of them. Can like pushing, accelerating the price to push well up into this high 80s, 90s, maybe 100, even higher than that. And that's when I think you will see margin calls kick in. And the reason why there was a lot of position swaps that were happening is because people on that side already knew the ball game. What I'm saying right now is something that they have already known for over a year. So they were preparing. They had a whole year and a half to prepare themselves for that position. So the true hurt is not going to come on all the big hedge funds. Obviously, it's the citadels, whatever. It's going to be already transferred over. There's only already a certain amount that Melvin will be, uh, exposed to, and Archegos was exposed to, and a few others. But um, ultimately, when they collect and calculate everything from the beginning, so basically they're gonna make more money. They're not gonna be screwed. They're gonna make money. Most of us on this side are gonna make money. The non-investors in this world are the ones that are gonna pay this for this debt. Majority of it. They're going to pay for this mistake and this corruption that happened. So we're going to be good. They're going to be good on that side. Um, and yeah, the non-investors that have nothing to do with this whole situation are the ones that are going to pay the most. And people that are invested in other stuff like blue chip stocks and whatnot, they're going to pay for it through their stocks dropping. Um, so FTD covers at low price, basically covering the difference that was supposed to be purchased at the price that it was supposed to be purchased at, whatever that stock is. Then you'll see margin calls happening. That's going to be, if you look at the certain short interests between on AMC and you look at the institutional percentage investment in AMC, you'll find some scary things that it's almost very exact. So if we're planning on holding for dear Mars or Jupiter or whatever the case may be, the institutions are not, and they're going to drop the shares that these guys need. So yes, I understand you guys are all like, wow, what does this mean, AB? Like, what are you saying? Specifically, what I'm saying is that we're going to have our run. We're going to have our squeeze. At some point, the institutions are going to bail these guys out. Now, if there are naked shorts that can't be covered somehow, which I don't think that's going to be the case, is going to be all covered and whatnot. Um, I see the high numbers being there, and they're obviously very possible, depending on how many FTDs needs to be covered. Because when all that capitalization goes against the stock, you're going to have a complete different resurgence to the upside in the value of the stock itself when you divide it on per share. So the valuation will be completely different. So I can't wait to see if it does go down the way that I'm saying it does. Then we'll see from the beginning what we'll be looking at. There will be no absolute accurate way to look at shorts covering and how much they're covering because, again, this is all FTD covering. So we don't know exactly the exact amount of FTDs. So what the hell do we do? You see what I'm saying? Um, yeah, just walk in with a strategy. That's why I always said, walk in with a strategy. Walk in with allocated shares in your account, saying you're gonna do this in this range. You're gonna do this in this range. You're gonna do this in this range. And you're gonna leave this for whatever range you want to see. Not financial advice, just broadening out the horizons that you guys are thinking within, or the realm that you're thinking within. Let me go back to the comments section. Um, whatever happened with Naked? Everyone was all up on Naked last year, and now nothing. Oh, it's changed, Adrian. It changed to Sen, CENN. It got purchased by like Naked got purchased by that company, so like they got acquired. It's still there, still gonna have its craziness and all that. So we'll see, we'll see. It's one of the meme stocks, I'll tell you that. I'm at this point, even 1K is a slap on the face. I mean, hmm. When Dogecoin to $1, that you can have to ask Elon Musk for that one. Um, he sees it as being a movie theater chain and still owning debt. Uh, that fact that there is 513 million shares is ludicrous, and that anything over $10 is overpriced. Yeah, that's he's watching a lot of my Jim Cramer or whatever his name was. Is it Mike Kramer or Jim Cramer? Whatever, something Kramer. Um, he is one of how many millions, billions of people that don't have any idea as to what is actually truly going on in the market. I try to explain this to him, but he can't accept it. Of course, he cannot accept it. Uh, Adrian, it's fine. And again, it's his right. um, but this is what it is. When people, okay, what are the odds that you find a basketball player on the on the street that's better than LeBron James? Um, you know, obviously in the NBA. The odds are it's very short, very low, but it's possible. You could come across someone who just had life has dealt them much worse cards than LeBron James, or that was not his. God has not anticipated for him to be a known or be the best basketball player in the world. So that's just how it works. But there are possibly you can't say that's why people can't say I'm the strongest. And therefore go accordingly with that. And I'm the strongest. Yes, somebody's always stronger than you out there. But what I mean by this, where I'm going with this, as in people, when they want to compare themselves in basketball, they look at these people like Kobe, LeBron, MJ, Magic, whatever legend you think of. But they're not going to compare themselves or think or take basketball advice from somebody who's on the street. Not all, at least. I would say majority will only look at what if Kobe or MJ was to say something or LeBron, they all will follow it. Even if it was stupid in basketball, they will just try to do it because again, they're taking it that he's the best, which means he knows everything about basketball. He's the best at in this. Where in reality, that's not the case. They look at smart money, and there are look at the majority of people that are not institutional or not in the smart money club. They look at smart money as the golden standard. They reach out for that way of thinking. They listen, they drink, eat, breathe, everything smart money like channels, agenda push. Jim Cramer's agenda pushes or pushes out. And they stay away from anything that any of these channels like mine, um, and obviously the big channels like Boss Blunts or other bigger channels as well, push out. So to them, they already cancel cultured something without even knowing the 100%. So you're right for what you're telling, but he's not listening. Again, remember a few days ago, I was saying in the other live, I was saying when these people look at you as you're the person who took their money, because that's what media is going to label you as, don't put out crazy stuff because even those could be your loved ones. They could be family members. Mhm. Adrian, look, that's your brother, right? If what you and I say happens and it happens in the way that we think of or even beyond, your brother is going to hurt a lot. It's want to be one of the affected people. I know he's might be not short in AMC or whatnot, but you don't necessarily need to be short in AMC or be in the market for that matter to hurt from this. His 401k is tied up to this, right? Everything financial is tied up to this in one form or another. So when this happens the way that we anticipate it to happen or beyond, and they catastrophically, the whole market starts breaking down, and you see it, they feel it on his end, he's gonna look at you and say, even if you were right, it's not gonna look at you and say, man, I wish I would have listened to you. No, he's gonna look at you like, man, screw you, people. You don't even understand. It's gonna even bring and brew a lot more hate. We don't need that. So be there for your family members. Be there for your loved ones, on display or not. And on top, most importantly, keep everything to yourself. Enjoy your life through your own lens, rather than seeing it or trying to live it through other people's lenses. Maybe do me a favor, bro. Look up Google and let me know how many shares are in their free float and what the current price per share is. If Google can get there, AMC definitely will and beyond. Again, it's all definitely very possible. Now, as far as a business structure of what Google brings in, yeah, fundamentally speaking, of course, we are not even in the same conversation, not even us with GameStop combined. Because obviously, anything that is done on the internet will, in one way or another, involve Google in some shape or other. And on the other hand, not anything we do in our life or in the internet requires AMC or GME. So that's why I said it's not in the same ballpark. But as far as the float, of course, I see what you're saying, and what you're doing. What are you talking about? So fundamentally, of course, we're never in that realm. AMC, GME are never going to change a life. Now, from selling these shares in the stock market, they indirectly can. But as far as companies themselves, like as a company, it's not changing anyone's life. They're not bringing something to change somebody's life. It's just a convenience, right? Google did and is changing lives, because look at the expansion of the internet, how everybody's connected, how we all can talk to each other right now. You can thank Google for that, by the way. Why? Who owns YouTube? Isn't it Google? So it's again, it's I see where you're coming from, and yes, it is possible for us to have that, but it's not going to be long lived. What goes up there must come down even faster from the up there, and at that point, I feel like there's also another group of people that are waiting in those ranges, on those mountains up there, saying that, hey, when will AMC pop? We can't wait for it to pop, because they're not invested in AMC, but they want it to pop so they could short it from up there. That's the easiest money in the world. 100% AMC or GME or any of these meme stocks are not going to last in the range, in the ranges or the areas that it's going to fly to. So what's better than shorting it up there? The only dangerous part becomes is, what is the highest? So like it's gonna be very tricky, because what if they walk in and let's say the price, hypothetically speaking, was at $4,000. Again, I'm just speaking hypothetical here. And they walk in thinking, it's not going to be at $4,000 forever. While that's true, you don't know if it's still going to go up to 5 or 6 momentarily. And if it does, automatically you get margin call for shorting it at that price. So it's going to be tricky. You're going to have to be lucky enough and fast enough, unless you have insider trading, knowing when the brakes are going to be slammed on this thing. And that's those people that I'm talking about. They're waiting up there. They know where the price is going to go to. And then magically at that price, they're going to open up a short position on AMC or GME. And you're going to be like, what the hell? They're going to pay so much money. But you know how much money they'll make in return on that short? More than we make on our squeeze. Jeff Nickel. What's up, my friend? How are you, my brother? Jim Cramer says AMC won't hit 100 either. A bowl of Ricards. AB Nomo has involved just at a normal fair price. What would you say is fair price for AMC, taking away the amount of FTD and naked shorts? Um, I mean, honestly, it's AMC as a company, without us being in it or involved in any shape or form, or the naked shorts or the FTDs or whatnot. Um, let's think realistically. If we're thinking from now to the next 5 to 10 years, unless the future has hologram movies, like kind of like the whole movie is 3D in your way, there's no screen, it's just like pops up, like Halo, how she comes up, Cortana comes out of the thing and she's just a stand-in figure and she walks and talks with you. Unless that it becomes the normality or the future, and AMC upgrades all its equipment to something like that, and obviously average humans or retail people or average citizen would not be able to afford buying something like that in their own convenience of luxury of their home, then I can see why AMC will flourish in the future as well and continue going forward strong. Um, as far as the structure itself, I see the world moving in a different realm. Like, guys, let's not forget we just came out of a pandemic that doesn't matter what your agenda on it is or whatnot. People were living without movies for about 6 7 months. It was a tough time, but we did, right? Um, Plus, the company being in debt already before we walked into this, before the 2020 crisis, AMC was already a dying, crashing ship. That's just honest truth. How do I know this? Because one of my restaurants was in the same, uh, like, it was called Newport on the Levee. And that's where one of the AMCs is. It's in that same complex. So I used to have all their employees, their GM, everybody come down to eat a Greek meal, Euro with us. And I would go up there and I would never pay for movies. Like I would just get in and, they let me in and go in and all that stuff. Uh, Amazing, amazing times, right? Some of my employees, same thing. If I'm bored in the middle of the day or whatever, they just go up, and same thing for their employees. The account concessions are I was offering them for them while AMC was charging them for that stuff. Again, it's besides the point. But at the end of the day, I think that in the next 10 years, unless something like what I just mentioned earlier, technology comes out and they adopt it, then it's a dying business in the future as we speak. Does it mean a lot to me? Of course. I watched most of the movies there to get that experience of being in a movie theater, sitting while you're watching something on a big screen. Um, yeah, it's amazing. It's not the same experience, but is that going to be the future moving in? But I only think of it that way because I was used to much less as I was growing up. VHS, uh, and stuff like that, and smaller screens. The future generation and the generation after, they're not going to be looking at it from the same lens. They're going to be looking at it from a, that's it. I can have this in my house and it can be virtual. Like they're used to higher end shit already. So AMC is not as impressive to them. And we all know it's a young person's world. So maybe right now it's business. The next 5 to 10 years might no longer be a business anymore because something else is different because the different people are on. You can't carry it on one or two generation. Eventually, generation dies off. So again, I think that it's worth realistically right now without any of this stuff. Um, I mean, without the depth that it incurred, without because with the depth, yes, it is worth uh, very low prices because I buy and I create and I sold businesses in my life, and I know what it is. When you're in the market and your business is losing, it doesn't matter what you used to do once upon a time, or where it was standing once upon a time. The people that come in to try to buy the business, they'll look at it and say, "You're losing. Why am I selling? Why am I buying? It's not worth a single cent." Why? Because eventually you're in the board of extension. You're in the ship of extension that's moving toward extension. So once you close out for $0 and you completely pack out and leave, I can come and take this for free, right? I don't need to buy from you. Why would I pay extra for something that I can get for nothing? And all the proceeds I can put into bettering that business. Um, so with the debt, smart money has a conversation. Yes, $10 less for sure, less than $5 makes sense. But what smart money are not getting access to or don't want to believe is the idea that AMC, there's so many people that purchase so much stock into the company that is not going toward the company's capitalization, the cap, which further makes its share price down here while it really needs to be up there. So fundamentally, the company is not really worth more than $5. And that's like giving it a lot too, um, because of how much depth is on it. With us being in it, it's a complete different ball game. It's a complete different ball game. You can't even compare them anymore. It's completely different because again, a store could be losing every day it opens. Let's say I am a supermarket and I'm losing every day. Nobody's walking into buying. And one day I walk outside and I see a group of people that are attacking a woman or something. Okay, go follow along with me. And I go in there and I stop them and I get injured along the way. And so one of them stabs me and whatnot. I know you're like, where's he going with this? You'll see. And now I'm taken to the hospital, becomes a public case. People talk about it. Everyone, the news goes out there. Oh, town hero saves a woman from God knows what these individuals wanted to do to her or what they were plans were for her or whatnot. But he saves her. But unfortunately, the hero, he's alive. He's still, unfortunately, is in deep, you know, extensive care and whatever in the hospital. Now I get out. Now I go to my market. Exposure to all what happened with me indirectly. Now that all these people became interested in what I did, and now that I'm a hero, I'm a celebrity, now I'm talked about, yeah, great guy, blah, blah, blah. Now my business, even though it was a losing business and it was zero, is getting people coming in, buying left and right. They weren't coming in for the supermarket, they're coming in for support of me. So AMC without us is worth not even $5. I totally agree. 100%. It has depth, dying entity is in the future, but we in it is a completely different example, completely different ball game, Adrian. Um, it's not even comparable because the amount of money that we pumped into this stock, not because we believe in the stock or in the company, because we believe in the movement. We believe in what's happening. Anybody that wants to sit here and lie in front of everyone and say, oh, I really just wanted to put all my life savings in AMC because I really care about AMC not going nowhere. I need to have an AMC and one day I'm going to take my kid to an AMC. That's ultimately all my reasoning. Then I'm not going to call you a liar in public or in front of everyone, but I'll tell you, you're a liar. Stop lying. We all got into this 100% for maybe different reasons, but one of them is not because we just love the company. We just love the company so much that we can't see it go away. Like, it's impossible because of the amount of money and the amount of weight that you took for this play. You waited over a year and a half in this play. You waited over. This is true love then. And you took on sacrificing and sacrifice from your family from having perfect or better holidays and vacations, and you deprived them of that and all that stuff so that you can have more for a better lifestyle in the future if this event kicks off the way that your conviction holds towards it. I know I held. I like AMC. Yeah, I like G, but never in a million years would I have invested $1 in either had it been because there is a better thing coming for me out of that monetarily from that investment. If I want to do Red Cross treatment and I want to do good deeds, trust me, there's better venues to do that in. Why would I give any of it to these people? At the end of the day, Adam Aaron, what does he do anything to me? No, doesn't do shit for me. Doesn't mean to me. I don't mean anything to him. He don't mean anything to me. That entire board, they have their own lives and family to live. And everybody in that company, I view them just as normal as any other human being. I don't view them with hate and I don't view them with extra care or love. None, not whatsoever. They're the same as everyone else. But as far as why, I mean, again, if I wanted to do, I really love this and I love this company and all. No, the Red Cross has a different address. I know what to contact. I know where to go put money that I expect to lose, and I just want to do it out of donation or out of the betterment of my own heart or whatnot for a better cause. There's a different place for that. Not in that. That's not how I view this. This is all about investing. So therefore, it's not has nothing to do with how much I like you and what I do for you. If it's a good investment, it is a good investment. I'm gonna do it, even if I like your company or not. That's how the business world works, guys. So, taking all the emotions out of it, AMC is worthless without us. Truth. And it's facts. I'm not giving you opinions here. This is a fact. We are not in the equation. AMC is not worth even $5. That's true. We in the equation, it is so different to the point where they had to not deliver the shares that we're buying. That's how great or how much power we bring to the table, my dear family and friends, members here. We bring so much to this table, so much power that they had to fail to deliver and not deliver all the shares that we are buying, because the more you and I buy, the more that that's supposed to go up, and they had to manipulate that whole system. That's how much different it is from us in it and us not in it. Hopefully that answers it, brother. Nickel. Thank you for explaining the FTD's cover and process. It's different than covering short positions, correct? Yes, of course. Um, Short positions never technically don't have to be closed unless they're forced to close, or the person who wants to close them either wants to close them or they're forced to close them. Versus where on FTDs they have found loopholes, even, but I'll bear with me on this one. They found loopholes where they can kick the can down the road, but they eventually have to deliver. Right? You paid for something; something has to be delivered. Now the thing is, even the cans that they kick down the road more and more and more and more and more, eventually there's been a couple of illegal bypasses that they have gotten through or made. Hmm. I'm not going to throw any allegations on anyone or anything, so I don't leave myself exposed for something. But some things had to happen in order for these FTDs not to only be kicked down the road or prolonged, but for these SCC, for not SCC, for these FTDs to be tolerated this late, this much for over a year and a half so far, and no, nothing has been done about it. No board member of AMC, no CEO, no government official, nobody have come out and said, uh, when will an FTD be too late to be covered? Or when will it expire? Mr. Aaron or Adam Aaron, if you say that you want to give all these encouraging speeches to all your holders and all the investors in AMC and blah, 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 and all that stuff, all that facade doesn't work on me. I understand what I understand. I'm not going to try to make anybody feel a certain way about him. You can think of him as you think of him. He's your silverback, he's your silverback, whatever. But haven't you asked yourself, if you care so much, because he clearly says he cares about the growth of the company, I don't want you to deliver a squeeze for me. In fact, to all those apes following a silverback called Adam Aaron, let me tell you this. We don't want you, your silverback, to deliver a squeeze to us. I understand his job is to run a company and it's not to deliver a squeeze. Good. Can you do your job? Because FTDs are part of your job, even though you're not the one doing it, but you are not doing anything about it. You know how much money the company can be exposed to, can be making? We would have no debt right now if all FTDs are answered for. Yeah, AMC could have no debt. What is that? Why can't, of course, you don't have 100% accurate information on naked shorting and all that stuff. I understand he doesn't have access to the paper behind the closed doors that says synthetic shares and whatnot. I give him that. But the FTDs are right there in front of your face. It's right in front of your face for over a year and a half. That's money that not only people, like, we're paying so that it, obviously a big part of it can go toward the company, because the higher capitalization, the more your share value is worth. The more your share value is worth, the more money you make when you do any share sales, or when your board sells shares or whatnot, you make more money. So being quiet and doing nothing about the FTDs, Mr. Silverback Adam, um, that right there is a perfect example for me to what one of the main cornerstones in my belief system, and to why I think you're playing on both fronts. You're giving us what we need to hear, enough to prolong us till more down the line. Um, but I know your true agenda. It's very easy to tell your true agenda, because all you can end all this, you saying constantly that you're doing this and you're doing that and you're doing this and you're doing that, and you, when you see it, you'll pounce on it. I trust me. Listen, I me being exposed to the real world at an early age and having to open, sell, start, upgrade other businesses and my own, I know what conversations are all about, or speeches are all about. When you make a speech, the intent of it is very clear. You are to win the crowd. You're not going to win me, because I know your reasons, I know your cases, and you can add me quickly with the snap of a finger to to your crew, or to your ape ranks, by you asking and pushing down on FTDs. I don't want you to find naked shorts for me. I don't want you to find synthetics. I don't want you to find any of that. I want you to find why FTDs are not getting covered, because you, as a company, as a CEO of a company, that's your goddamn given right. You are to ask about the FTDs, because that increases the valuation of your company per share. Where's the other YouTubers about this? What? Just follow? Oh, yeah, Mr. Adam Aaron, we love him. He's not supposed to deliver a squeeze. He's supposed to deliver a company. Okay. I'm 100%, I'm down with that. Deliver the company, make it stronger, but don't play hero on my ass, on my behind, or uh, on my interests, and label it as hero with my marker. Don't do that. That's why I'm not gonna cave in with that stupidity. Whoever believes in that, yeah, that's up to you. Again, I have respect for everyone and for even the family members that are on that board like that, who thinks of him the same way or that AMC board in any way, like I said. But once again, said he is the hero that you guys say that he is, or if he anticipates to be a good silverback and a good CEO of the company, then obviously there's a lot of eye-opening things that he have done in a terrible way. But most importantly to me, I'm willing to overlook everything. The FTDs. Come on, ask about the FTDs, Mr. Aaron, and come down to the bottom of it. Add pressure, add the fire, turn the fire up on these failure to delivers. It's a year and a half already. It's almost 2 years been going in down the line. When is enough going to be enough? You no longer will have debt if everything that we're giving you, we are buying these shares. We are buying AMC shares. We're the ones who's paying for the movie tickets. We are the ones who are paying for the popcorn and the liquor and whatever, the sausage that they're selling there and the stupid condominiums that they sell there. Let's be honest. Come on, guys. It's way overpriced in there. I hate when people speak with one way, but they leave out all the other stuff just because of their bias, their biased opinion to the topic. It would be good enough. Yeah, the popcorn is great, but that's as good as it gets when I go there, or slushy to get. But it's all overpriced, 100% overpriced, way overpriced. So in order for you to make it deliver a company to us, we have to pay for it ourselves in every aspect. We have to buy the movies, we have to buy the shares and not get delivered, and we have to pay for the condominiums. We have to pay for all the snacks. We have to pay for everything, screen upgrades. But when it's time for us to receive, which can only happen in one way, in the share price of the company, that's when FTDs happen and you don't do anything about it. Any of you guys or any creator out there that believes in this fairy tale crap of, oh, he's a great silverback or CEO, please, please take a lollipop and go to an AMC movie theater and post a picture saying, and while you're sucking on it, saying AMC squeeze or hashtag AMC squeeze. Yeah, I get emotional about it. I know it's unlike AB-ish to do that, but I don't like to see, again, I don't like to see the family and everyone else that I care for get screwed over while some individual who somehow is getting a title that he doesn't rightfully deserve. He does not. He is not no silver. He's definitely not my silverback. And there's a lot of unquestionable crap that he would have done. Make me the CEO of AMC and see what will happen. Not about just this. If the squeeze happens, I benefit. AMC, it's in my best interest for the squeeze to happen. This is what the company. This is what like blows my mind. As in, why do people think that he's working on the company, but he's not working to deliver us a squeeze? That's good for the company regardless, and for him, and for all the other board members. Instead of selling shares at freaking 11 and 12 and 8 and 9 and 20 and 30 throughout a better part of a year and a half, you can be freaking selling the shares at whatever astronomical number you got, or at least in that vicinity if you didn't have your time zone right around that, selling part time or the selling time of when you can sell the shares. This is unbelievable, right? If they sell, or After, like, as the squeeze is happening, they could literally after the squeeze, they could ask, or during the squeeze, they could say, hey, we want to drop a ballot of 50 million shares or 20 million shares. At that point, like, again, I'm not even going to entertain that thought or talk about it. But I'm just saying they have the nerves to a increase. They had the nerves to ask for a raise. And there are people still out there in our community that are saying, oh, poor guys, come on. You got to give them their raise. They've been doing an excellent work, fantastic work, and they deserve more. Get out of here, guys. There's no way. There's no way. Go ask Adam Aaron. Go inquire about the FTDs. Enough of this because you're beginning to stink. So is your whole board. They you guys stunk many nights ago, many months ago. In my case, over a year ago. You all stunk. You and your whole board. Now it's beginning to stink to the rest of the community, which I'm pretty sure it's gonna get worse and worse for them to see it. Like to smell, the smell is gonna get worse and worse. Um, I'm not gonna lead people down the dark alleys and whatnot. Simple. You, whoever is watching, whoever is listening, please, you can take this and deliver it to so many other people, so many Adam Aaron Twitter accounts, and ask him, Mr. Adam Aaron, you have access, just like everyone else have access to threshold lists, FTD lists, and all that stuff. Go and inquire and ask about the FTDs. You care about your company, right? We don't, no, we don't want to squeeze. I don't want a squeeze. You don't want to squeeze. We don't want to squeeze. We just want a healthy AMC. We just want a greater AMC. And one of the ways that a greater AMC can be done is when its FTDs are delivered as rightfully they should be. If he goes and asks that, I guarantee you, and then the pressure is put on him for that many months ago, and that was done long time ago, AMC would have been already long time ago into the hundreds or possibly the thousands and possibly in the hundreds of thousands. I'm not going to say what's the possibility, what not. But we would not be in the $8 or $9 or $11 range right now as we speak. But again, the wolves keep massacring more, kidnapping and killing more sheep. I wonder where are the guards? Where are the shepherds? The good shepherd, where is he? Is it Mr. Adam Aaron? Is that the good shepherd? How are more, cattle and more sheep are constantly keep dying? The wolves are feasting on a daily basis. The good shepherd is either too old to be a good shepherd or is not really a good shepherd as we thought. He might be the one who is leaving the door open for them at night. Because if he truly cared about the company, he would have solved this issue more than a year and a half ago. There will be no FTDs. Yeah, he has no way of controlling it. He's not the one who's buying or not delivering. He can turn up the fire. Have you heard him? Come on, tell me. All these inspiring, uh, amazing speeches that he offers, and these, whether when he talked to Trey on interviews, or when he talks to Jim Cramer on his show, or when he goes to talk in the earnings, when he delivers these exquisite speeches. Why haven't I heard him push down on FTDs? No, not just mentioning it like hashtag FTD. And the topic of the show today is such and such. No. Like, when has he made it his particular number one objective is to talk about and constantly figure out and stay hungry as a hound after FTDs? The answer is never. Because if he would have, things should have and could have happened that we wouldn't be in this case. But why? Why is he quiet? I'm not going to put words in his mouth, but that will lead you to one thing. If he's truly a great CEO and he's not here to deliver a squeeze, then no problem. I understand, but great CEOs don't let their companies get raped or their companies get murdered and played and not let the stock get delivered. FTDs. Come on, Mr. Great President or CEO. Do your effing job. You're not doing any of it, and you got rewarded. You sold so many shares at higher valuations. If it wasn't for us, each share in that AMC is either right now, AMC would have either been bankrupt a long time ago after the 2020 close down. Shorts would have made so much money on the company they were closed it down. Adam Aaron would and all his board entirely would have lost so much money because majority of their packages involve payment and some form of shares. What were shares valuated at? $2, $1, $2, $3. That's what it was. When we came in to pick it up, it was in that range. And then when they started selling over a year and a half, in the past year and a half, all that board member was out there going to the bank, laughing their asses off, saying, wow, look at that. Never in a million years I would have thought. I was anticipating my stock to net me like some of them had 100,000 stock. That was it in their bonus, or 200,000 stocks. They were expecting to get 200, 300K if they were lucky. They were selling 200,000 shares at the 40s and the 30s and the 20s, making millions of dollars while we hold down the boat and hold down the company and hold down the ground. If we all sold tomorrow, what would happen to AMC? Come on. I want all the Highcroft investment people to come out and talk to AB. And don't worry, I'm not getting angry or frustrated. I'm making a point here. That's how I get when I'm making a point. What will AMC do if we all sell out of it? You know what that means? That means we get out of the way. Shorts just literally fall down on the company with their big positions as strong as possible, crushing the living crap out of AMC once and for all. Gone. Yet his job is to deliver a company, not a squeeze. Mr. Adam Aaron, once again, I would like, as a shareholder, I would like to personally speak on my behalf and tell you, please look into the FTDs. Please don't take another year and a half looking into this matter, because this will greatly help your AMC. It will make sure that AMC gets further capitalization as that FTDs gets injected into the evaluation of the company, further increasing the valuation of each share of that company. So don't come to me with this BS about popcorn in September is going to have butter and one is going to have kiwi and whatnot. I don't want to hear none of this stuff. I don't want to see no Highcroft talk. I don't want to see any of this stuff. I invested in AMC. As an investor in AMC, it's my right to tell you, since we're the majority holders as well, and because of us, you even have a job and a company. I can't stop not making this, guys. These are facts that I'm announcing. Like I'm telling you guys, you could go do your research on it. You could see it. Without us, there would be no AMC. That's just 100%. And yeah, without this wouldn't have been this. He wouldn't be here. He wouldn't be there. She wouldn't be this. That wouldn't be case. And AMC wouldn't be there. And the shorts would not be in this situation. But I don't give passes. AB gives it as it is. I'm the most, you know it. I'm the most open-hearted, forgiving, all that case. But I don't like when people take other people's like positions. Like in my world, I see him as he's a person who's portraying to be someone when he is nowhere near it. He is the devil in disguise. That's how I see it. Until he asks or does the simplest of things and addresses that, then he can come to me and say, hey, have I done good enough by your standards? to run this company? Because so far, you have not, my friend. You might have confused and fooled the masses and the bunches with those pretty words and the commanding sound and bringing in the British guy in the background to speak behind you. I forgot what's his name. And it sounds good when they're making those earnings, yeah, and all that stuff. But you don't have me fooled, brother, or any of you out there. Um, I know the case, I know the deal, I know the agenda. And when it's my time, it's my time. And I will never give you credit for this. Trust me. Neither any of the ones, my loved ones, will give you any of that credit unless you actually go and actively deserve that credit and get it. Credit is not given, it's earned. Go earn your credit. In my community, in AB's community here, trust me, Mr. Aaron, you're going to earn your credit. You're not going to take it. We're not going to give it to you just because you're the CEO of what we invested in. You're against us. You're not with us. That's how I see it. Go look at Cohen. Go look what he's doing with that board and for GME. I made videos about that, and you guys seen how night and day is the difference between our board and that board. Night and day. That's the difference. So hopefully I just stopped there on that part. Where am I? Okay, right here. Um, the yellow one was your favorite, Adrian? Future will. Yep, I got a letter from the SEC to stop my research. My brother actually had the audacity to tell me I could afford to take a massive financial loss. He can't. After MOAS, I wish enough of us could band together and invest to expose the cure for cancer, HIV, and other unnecessary man made to kill man, virus, and diseases. I mean, yeah, that's a great thing. But then, then you're trying to jump into a different realm that no matter how much money we have, we're not going to out money that realm. You're talking about agendas of worlds and secret societies and stuff. Um, unless you're trying to make us the new, like, a new movement of a Freemason movement, but and make a new movement and religion out of it, Adrian. Then that exposing and making medicines for that, there's a lot of insurance companies and a lot of men that don't obviously want that to come out. So yeah, that's a different war or a different realm that we have to jump in. I don't know about jumping into that, Adrian. I could tell you that I could stop cancer, HIV, and other stuff like HIV. Clearly, um, have be faithful to your partner and don't be dirty all over the place. That's just how it is. As far as cancer, I think it's that's something that, yeah, even if it's man-made or not, I save it for me personally. The reason why I can speak easily on it is because I have a different kind of faith, and my faith tells me when it's my time, it's my time. I'm not worried whether I'm 25 or whether I'm 18 or whether I'm 95 or 120. It's my time. What AB is actually saying is Adam Aaron is an unjustified turkey rooster. Lollipop. That's exactly what I'm saying. And now he introduced higher prices for different films. Yeah, you see what I'm saying, Pablo? I hate the double standards and the hypocrisy and the fact that some apes, even though we're all family and we're all one community ultimately, even the ones that are not here, they don't know about us. My issue is why? How do you, just because he is the CEO of whatever is associated, it just he's He is associated to our play, and by means, he's the CEO. So therefore, we have to glorify him, no matter how terrible and what terrible of a job he does. How does it make sense? And I'm a business owner. I know how business works. You don't even need to be a business savvy or tech savvy business guru to understand this words that I'm saying. How does it make sense that you are trying to make more money and you've basically dug up a gold mine and you're trying to get most of your gold out of the people that are digging the mine that you paying to dig the mine for you more so you can have access to more gold? We are the ones who are giving you the possibility or the opportunity to take this company to the next level. Without us, there is no next level. There's no level. There's zero. That's what there is without us. Possibility and dream and hope only begins with us being in that picture. Without us, none of that happens. So you're buying Highcroft, you're partnering up with the very same company, Murdoch, Mudrick, the same company that just a year ago bought shares that your company dropped. Very prestige like timing too, how it happened. Look at the occurrence of how it happened. Drop shares, they buy them, they grab them up, they buy them for 20. I think it was that time it was like 23 or $22, something like that, and then sold it the very next day or the same day for 26, 27 bucks. So they made like 3, 4 bucks a share, and instantly fired out a media uh, you know statement saying that this company is not worth it. Basically, we just hit a lick. That's how they want to say it. We hit a lick. When the street terms, that's like, I bought something for this much and I sold it for this much. I can't believe I played so many people for it. That's what he said. And this company is not worth a dollar, and dumped the shares in an effort of making it go down to, obviously, as shorters, crazy. You turn around a year later, and you partner up with them in a gold mine. I don't give a shit how good that gold mine is. See, I think one of the bigger problems in this movement or in this play is that there's a lot of people that came into the scenes, I think, very late, or came into the scenes later after all these events have happening. So therefore, to you, Highcroft was an amazing investment, and the reserves of gold and diamonds and silver in it, new extra gold and diamond in it that we didn't know about, extra reserves of silver. Wow. But you weren't around when Mudrick was the person that owns this mine. And what Mudrick did with AMC. Why are you dancing with the very same devil that don't like want your company, don't like your company, and actively mentioned it out in public that your company ain't worth shit? Come on, Mr. Silverback. What how can we answer this one? To the new investors, you can easily say it because they don't know the past. To the OGs, I know your shit. Sorry for the S word again. I know it stinks. You and your board stink. And I know it. You're not going to fake me with this. The new crowds, yes, they want something to believe in. I mean, you know that feeling of, I want mom and dad to be together as a kid, no matter what, even if they're like fighting with each other every day and he's like not the right match for her and she's not the right match for him. However way, they still kept stuck together enough to the point where we became a like, they had kids and we became part of it, that solution. And eventually now they just got to break up. And I think that many investors in AMC are like that. They're like, they don't see why these two parent, like the parents can't, or their parents can't go on with each other for longer. They just want to see that picture. That's it. They don't care how. I just want my mom and dad in the same house. It's your right to have something like that and ask for something like that, but you can't control that outcome. You can't control having a terrible father. You can't control having a great mother or a terrible mother. That's just something you're born into, whether this or that. So looking at that silverback, all the crap you've been doing, buddy, that doesn't come in this community, in here, in my zone, in my family ship. You can put that on other creators and other platforms, and you can get your hands licked and all that stuff all over the place somewhere else. But here, you're not a celebrity. Trust me, brother, because I'll be the first one, me being the channel creator, telling you that I don't respect what you do. I'll be the first one. In fact, I sent him many emails, and I can tell easily why I've never been responded to. It's never been anything crazy, obviously. AB like-ish. Um, a very informative debate. You have conversations, and you gave the right or the privilege to trade more than once, twice. Well, give me the same privilege. Come, speak on my show. Speak here. I understand it's small enough, but when you come around, so many other people will follow. So I want, if you have nothing to lose or hide, obviously, and you care about the company you work for, you labeled yourself as you work for us. We are who own AMC. Then come, please. I'll make sure it won't take more than 10 minutes of your time. You know why? Because it will be very brief and quick, straight to the point. You're not going to sit here and talk to me about not having pants on in the interview. You're not going to sit here and talk to me about how Mudrick or how Highcroft is an extremely well positioned and, hypothetically speaking here, endless amount of opportunity of money, how great of an investment that was. You're not going to sit here and tell me, um, you know, why popcorn sales are going to go through whatever the roof, and you're going to answer one to maximum maybe 2 or 3 questions, and those questions, you answer them. Whatever happens to you afterwards, there's only two outcomes. It's either you come out as a glorified hero like Brad Pitt from Troy at that moment when he came out, is there no one else, or you walk out as a traitor and being labeled as the true manipulator you are. That's what I think. That's why that interview will never happen. If he treated his shareholders better, we would all have bought back in at their fair market value after the squeeze. Of course. Imagine if the sad part is they know that this is going to happen regardless. So they're going to get that regardless, because at the end, since we're inevitably going to squeeze, they know that we eventually going to come back and say, oh, I will never spend a single dime on movies or outside unless it's at AMC. I'm not going to go to this or that or this or that. They know that's going to happen regardless, but only for a select people, because every day this moves on without squeezing, there are some people that are getting squeezed out of their plays. I know this because I speak to everyone in the community. I speak to everyone else. So why press on them for the FTDs, Mr. Adam Aaron? Because the very same people that you and your board were riding on their backs are right now suffering. They could have made money in the most important times of financial markets when they break down. Because 2020 up to 2021, they made some money and they threw it all in AMC. And some way, somehow, whether they did some stupidity here and there on their end or not, they shouldn't have not been manipulated this long. People should not be manipulated this long. You could have put an end to it a long time ago, and more people would have made even more money, and you would have been glorified, not for the person who brought in the squeeze, but the person who did his job. And eventually you reap many other rewards that come with that. One good quality can reap many other great characteristics or qualities from all around towards you. Just one. Just the, for example, if you just love to listen to people, if you let people talk, if you listen, not only do you garner their respect, you also garner their love, you garner their interests. So more than one quality comes with just having one. That's why you should always adapt to having more and more and more. Now, these guys on that side and that board, this is the last place to come to ask about give me a raise or um, allocate us more shares or whatnot. Like, go allocate yourself and change my oil in my car first, and then I'll think about. And when you finish it, I'm gonna give you a failure to deliver response. Okay, that I will agree to your shares and to your raise to your board, but I owe you on it. Okay, you're gonna come back every what? Every month and say, hey, or every earnings and say, hey, can we deliver this? Because when it comes to matter of their own pockets, oh, that will be the first thing asked about on a daily basis. But when it's other people's pockets, like ours, why? Why care? Who do we dine and wine with? Hedge fund managers or institutions on the yachts, or these retailers who all just believe in in your company? Well, I would have loved and would have hoped that the second was the answer, the second choice. But truthfully, from their actions, it's clearly the first action. It's the first one, which is wine and dine with the elite, who we happen to also lie about being in contact with. Like, the most hilarious one is when Adam Aaron himself like lied completely out loud when he said he or never talked or never was in the same room or even communicated with King Griffin. We can, again, being part of the OGs, we know a lot of old dirt, Mr. Aaron. I know some places try to push that narrative out of the window and say, no, that never happened. No, they said that was bull BS, media coming out with some shills coming out with some of this stuff. He never did, but he was on the same board of an advising company that Ken Griffin is on as well. Let me be honest. Put it in the comment section, guys. For those of you who are in here, how many of you think that statement is true? How many of you think that Adam Aaron have never spoke or never seen or sat in the same room as Ken Griffin? We saved their company, we saved their jobs, but won't do anything about the FTDs just like any other elitists. Yeah. Again, some creators might come to you when you approach them with this stuff. They might come to you and at you and say, he has nothing to do with the FTDs. He has nothing to do with that, or he has nothing to do with the naked shorts. You do have. Yes, he does. He can turn the fire on them. He can open up private investigations. Many companies did that in the past, and that's something that got their stocks to squeeze and saved their companies, in fact. If there is the slightest of doubt that your company is being predatorily naked shorted or being shorted unfairly, even on the slightest of hints, CEOs react. This, imagine when it's the most talked about stock in the planet. Everybody, even people in the mountains of whatever, Everest, have heard about what's happening and what kind of corruption is happening on AMC, whether it's justified or not, or whether it's true or not. You're the CEO. It's your least you can do to go and try to figure it out. Open up private investigations. You can do that. A lot of CEOs did that before. I think this is the most I've ever been fired up on the channel, as far as emotions and all that stuff, because it's been a day, and I just hate when people take titles or of some things or of something that they don't rightfully deserve. Same here, future Will. I don't trust that guy. You can get away from me. They got the mask, not us. That is true. Here, they don't get us. They could get the rest of the people. I mean, unfortunately, the mask, but that hurts me. Is that future? They want raises. I want each of them to explain to me why. We have people starving on the streets. I have to work 70 hours a week just to survive, but they have to gull they have the gull to ask for more. Yeah, no, that's you're spot on, Mrs. Tahiti. Preach on. Yeah, I voted no on everything. Future well, last June, everybody voted on yes on everything. Now, no on everything. The world sees it. Like I'm telling you, I know that here forever from day one, I've been saying I don't see the same eye to eye with that guy. He's his some everybody else's silverback, not mine. Um, and I made my peace with it. I let it go. You all can have, everybody can have their own opinion and whatnot and all that stuff. But now he's not even helping his own case. I mean, him and that board stink so much, the whole community smells it and sees it. If they would have asked for this raises and whatsoever a year ago, I guarantee you, everybody, everybody would have, except, well, maybe not me for sure, because again, I was always on the other fence from him, even back in 2020. I was against that, everything on that board. But speaking on that, a year ago, I think everybody would have gave him that raise. Everybody was just so fixated on them being cool and nice people. KJW, welcome back. Promise we won't be here. Where am I at? Oh wow, I passed a few of you guys. Okay, I found it. Yeah, I'm just fed up and received a letter from the SEC telling me that I need to stop my research, and so I am just pissed. Hold on, uh, future, what are you receiving on what research and what the SEC? What is your situation? Um, and then Adrian, AB, what are your opinions on Ryan Cohen? Oh, he's definitely as he's labeled as the Warren Buffett of the millennials, um, and or of our lifetime. And I agree totally with it. I think the guy is a freaking genius. He's a business mind for sure. Um, it's amazing to have people like that, him and Elon Musk in the same lifetime in the same world. It's weird, but yeah, he's. I think he's not as intelligent as Elon Musk or in that sense, but he's intelligent in his own realm, like in the business like business savvy person. He's extremely well smart. Obviously, I mean, look at his background. Chewy, became billionaire, all that stuff, everything. He's just marvelous, and look how young he is. Like I mean, for his age, that's genius level. Um, and taking on GME and now Bed Bath and Beyond, he's on that board. Uh, taking on GME and then, you know, gutting up that whole board and saying that, hey, he brought his own board. So that way a lot of people back then left because they were like, he's leaving us in the dark. He's not telling us what his plan is, because he knows that those people on that board are insiders that go to these other hedge funds and tell them the game plan for the CEO, so that when he goes and acts on it, they destroy it. They destroy his whole plan. They know what he's doing, so they act accordingly ahead of time, and they basically get him destroyed. That's why companies are screwed, because these board members, what are they invested in? You know, when their payout, I'm not going to throw allegations, but when their payouts are high and outweigh the income that they could get, why not? That's the way they see it. Why not sell out the company? Sell out all the information. That's why Ryan Cohen rebuilt GME's board from the bottom up. He left what he thinks is whatever he needs to, or whoever he needed to leave, and then he took away a lot of people. They left on their own because he was just not. He was keeping them in the dark because he didn't trust them. Shit, I would do the same and more. Two lives today, awesome. Future, no freaking way. I threatened to come to Gary's office and speak to him personally. Adrian Fernandez. Ryan isn't perceived for us as he is strongly against the market makers, hedge funds, and government. Uh, well, I mean, if that's the case, then yeah, no problem. But I mean, that's good for us regardless. He doesn't. I don't want, again, what I said. Like here's what I said. I don't want Adam Aaron to go and deliver the squeeze or for us. I just want him to do his job for his company. Him doing his job for his company automatically makes me wealthy, makes you wealthy. That's whether you see it this way or not. That's how I see it. And I showed you guys the links and uh, the ropes in between that ties it all together. Again, by him doing his job, caring for his company, cares about and inquires about FTDs and gets to the bottom of it, I indirectly get benefit. And that's why GME people benefited. Like, look at it. We never were allowed to go to no 400s. At least I know they get pissed on that side. And I'm on GME too. So, like, I know I get pissed that we're not allowed to go to our true valuations, which is in the thousands and whatnot. Because 400, according to the SEC, was not even short covering, it was just hype, FOMO. Then guess what? I got very, very upset that you know, we got there and we didn't get to go past. But look at us. We started from the 341 range, I remember, in GameStop. $3.41. We reached the upper 400s. Why wasn't AMC allowed that? Even though more people bought AMC, like many more people are in the AMC train. Why AMC never even touched 100? Look at that board and you look at our board and you can see the difference. Um, did you tell them no, future? I'm a single father. Say I have to be careful. I don't have money for big time lawyers. Oh, a scale 2-story scale scaffolding. Ah, at the Capitol, I don't take no from my government. That was what happened with TD. I should take her advice, future. They released an immune system condom. that if you're HIV free and take a pill, you can bone someone. I mean, yeah, Adrian. uh, it's all meant for us to protect their money. Uh-huh. I wish I knew how to do what you do. I will die to find the truth. Tell me no. I'm like you. I get pissed. Yes, Mrs. Tahiti. To hit a lick in Texas means the same everywhere, anywhere else. I came up financially out of nothing in a matter of no time at all. Listen to AB. Does it sound like after they rob us and hit a like, they are going to give us our money back after robbing us? What robbers return, what they steal. Yeah, exactly. They will not return, obviously, what they stole. They're gonna take pocket what they got, and the rest is all what was you like again. Like it's imagine me and Adrian are selling something, and Mrs. Tahiti comes in. Let's say you're the market maker. So we go through for me to get to buy from Adrian. I have to buy through you. Mrs. Tahiti takes the money, doesn't deliver it to Adrian. AB is standing here. She told AB that, oh, you received Adrian what Adrian is selling, but it's digital. It's in your account, so it's there, and I see a picture of it. And okay, thank you. Mr. Tahiti never delivered to him. So in his world, he's looking at it and seeing because Adrian sells not only to me, he sells to so many people. He sees that all his inventory is sold. He doesn't know who has how much, or he does not know who has what or how much. Um, but he sees all of it is sold. So no problem, nothing. Everything is sold. Why do I need? I don't need to ask any questions here. Mrs. Tahiti, on the other hand, is constantly selling more and providing none. Now, at a later time, as the company is falling in value as time moves on, Mrs. Tahiti knows it needs to close her tracks. So what she does is comes around, she takes, she starts buying because she elected $1 billion worth. And now the stock is at $5 or $6 or $7 or $8. And to buy back all to cover all what is needed to be covered so that all that gets buried away, all the FTDs can be covered. If it's going to cost her 500 million, then guess what? She will pay 500 million because she's not paying the 500 million. After all, that whole billion came from me and others that she promised that they have this, but they really never did. And when it's time to, have it, like let's say the squeeze happens, then Mrs. Tahiti initially kicked off the beginning of that process. She just carved out a piece of the pie for herself where she never even invested, she never even owned any, and none of that. She's nothing in this play, but she carved out $500 million worth of money out of our money. So she came in, she's like, okay, all of you guys give me half of your money, and then the rest I'll put it in. How does that sound? And you're like, no, who are you? I'm not giving you any of my money. But that's literally what's been happening, and that's literally what's happened. Sorry for the example, Mrs. Tahiti, but that's how it's been going down. I'd love to make a movie or a documentary on this so that people can really feel how this whole thing worked out. I'll have to look. Oh, the moon red. I don't know. I'll have to look as well. After the squeeze, I'm selling and hope AMC goes back to two. Future care afterwards. I'm out for sure. Um, yeah, honestly, guys, when I'm out of this market, I mean, obviously, I'm back in investments and different world and all that stuff. But what AMC does and what AMC goes to, I don't give two craps about. Um, of course, to watch a movie, I'm not gonna go to any other place. You know, I'm gonna go to not Cinemark. There's AMC. Um, again, I wanted it to be different. I just literally wanted it to be different, um, but that's not the case with the board that we have. But I like it like this. That way, I don't. We don't have to give credit to anyone but ourselves. Like you're not gonna hear me say, if it wasn't for what he such and such did on that such and such moment, we right now we would be not in the same place we're at. No, you're never gonna hear me say that part. We did every and ran up and hurdled every hurdle along the way on our own. After the squeeze, I'm selling, and I hope AMC goes back to two. Um, honestly, I'll be honest with you, even more honest with you guys. After I sell, I can care less if AMC goes bankrupt. After I sell, it's not going to mean anything to me. At the end of the day, their job is to run a company, not deliver a squeeze. And my job is not to deliver a company, is to look for a squeeze. So when I get mine, that company can not, they don't have to deliver a squeeze. They can just deliver a company. So my job, your job, is not to deliver a company. It's the company that is supposed to present itself and what is convenient about it and why it's a great company. That's their job to figure out. Yes, it's not their job to deliver a squeeze, but so is it's not our job to deliver a company. So if it goes bankrupt, I can care less. I will have enough money to buy whatever I want, theatrical related at any given time at my own convenience at my home, or I can go and get a big place and put screens in it, and I can make a business out of it, and I can contact Hollywood and whatever and say, hey, guess what? Now that there was a big closeout, a vacuum effect that is happening because like all the movie theaters are closed now. You have Cinemark getting bigger, other theaters are getting bigger. I would like to be in this business. I can come in and just do it on a small scale. I don't need to scale it big, small scale, and have my own movie theater in the city. I don't give a shit. Eventually, if it makes me back the money that I paid for it, uh, uh, it can go to zero after that. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, that's my issue again with this, is because they didn't open up. They had an opportunity more golden than anything ever that can be remembered. The company had an opportunity to have a straight path to its investors. Straight open heart. Whatever you need will always be there for you. Whatever we need, I know the company has our best interest in mind. All they had to do was just return the same gesture that we were giving them. Care. I care about you, you care about me. Let's do it. But that's not the case. That's not how I see it. If you see it that way, no disrespect, do you. That's not how it is. Yep. Leah, total lie. Yep. Yes, they probably talk every week. LOL, Pabloco. Yeah, that's the crazy part. Like the fact that he said I've never sat or even spoke to the man. That's like, come on, man. You were on the same board as the guy in some other company, and you never spoke to him or seen him, talked to him, not even on the phone. Come on. Nicole says total BS. Leah says total lie. Yeah, I see. They probably talk every week, Pabloco. We read that. And where am I here? 5 hours. Dead. Yeah. Can you summarize what I missed? Your main points? There's been a lot that we talked about. Just fast forward and go from from one point to another. We discussed a lot of good things. Um, you'll see majority of them, obviously, all the topics I've discussed have been from the chat. So, um, I wish I could go live with you, bro. Future will. I wish somebody can teach me how to use Studio Restream and or OBS Studios. That way, or Streamlabs. Sorry. That way, I trust me. That you going live with me is an easy thing done. And any of you guys, you remember me saying I want all the family to every day somebody or one or two people to come up and join on each live, just to be there. Again, family talk. It's a different kind of structure, right? So I just need to know how to use that stuff so I can send those links to, like, I can create links out of them so I can send to family members to, obviously, if they have a camcorder or their phone, like how Jeff did it and how I used to do it for a long time. Um, you know, Live on that and join in. You just press on the link, you join, and the rest is history. But I just need to know how to use that stuff. And honestly, unfortunately, I just haven't had enough time to and I try to dig deep in them to learn them, but it's so, like, you need, literally, it's one of those things you just need somebody who's right there to tell you press this and that does that, or click this and when you click on this that causes that. I need things like that, like, to it's one of those situations. I need that so that I can get that going. So yeah. I wish I can, and hopefully very soon I will be future, and we will make it happen. LOL, I didn't realize this still itself same stream I was watching earlier and it's still going. I got sidetracked earlier and just assumed it was done. Yeah, right. Record. Remember one time I said I would never want to break this record, and it looks like we just broke it, and I definitely don't want to break this one. We're going for 6 hours, guys. It's 11:30 at night. I remember getting here after 4:30, 5 o'clock p.m. Wow. Wow. Um, Al, what happened today that has you fired up? Not much, just a different kind of day. Why did all the board members sell their stock at the same time, including Adam Aaron, if we are going to the moon? What would have made them financially set for life, especially if he's getting ready to retire? Yeah, again, you see, Mr. Hidi and all, there is so many things that it's so hard to overlook and call them great. Like they have done so many things that are against the narrative of good. In order for us to give them willingly, go ahead and give them our trust. Their families would be set for life. Come on, yeah. I mean, he gave a couple of million or a few million, 100,000, a few million shares to his kids. He has to address how his shareholders can lose 300% of their investment, uh, not initiate a squeeze. Yeah, right. Maybe is an information wellspring. Mickey J, you are the goat. I am 100% bro. AMC GME MOAS. Yes, me too. My mom gets Social Security. I get AMC squeeze. Lion, I love it. I am too Adrian. I am too Adrian. Somehow, some way, they have to get out of this for sure. The question is how. Um, it's already prepared, uh, Mrs. Tahiti. Like I told you guys earlier. Um, this was planned out already. Like they needed money. They were in a tough position. They needed money. They wanted retail to provide more money so they can control more of the narrative. When all the money is sucked in and you hold it, you could go ahead and make more money. Eventually, when the prices drop, you can deliver all the money you were supposed to deliver it upfront, but at a lesser cost, leaving it a certain amount as extra profit unrealized that just magically became yours. So, because it doesn't work in a way in where if you buy a share at 26 and let's say the market maker like a year later says, "Hey, the stock price is at $8. So we didn't deliver it back then. We're gonna deliver it now. So here's your pocket change of from 26 to $8, which leaves you with $18 check. So you bought, one share. Here's your one share, and here's also an accreditation a credit of $18 onto your account. Go ahead and buy two more." Um, that's not how obviously it works. How it works is that when they cover the FTDs, when that time is going to come, regardless, they're just going to. It's all been about getting the public money, the population, the citizens' money, and on top of that, pocketing from it and then giving it back to you, whether it's half or less, at a much lesser cost, and let the best dog win. May the odds be in your favor. Uh, when that cascading event starts happening. So that's the game in a nutshell. They are mad. They made the scam. They made loopholes to their advantage of taking of us. They break the law and loophole the f out of loopholes. They lie and cheat us. We beat them at their own game legally. Yeah, right. That's a shirt, Adrian. We should put that on a shirt. And Adrian, we beat them with their own technology. We couldn't do this in 2008. That is entirely correct. Mrs. Tahiti is speaking value and diamonds. Um, exactly, Mrs. Tahiti. Now you are awake. I went to see Adam Aaron in handcuffs. Um, uh, I I just want to see him actually work for his company. Stop making these beautiful speeches, and get paid millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. Uh, you know, I mean, you guys do know if the price just goes to $100, Adam Aaron is automatically a billionaire. A billionaire. It almost makes no sense that me as the owner or the founder of my businesses, that a CEO of something that he didn't even found or co-found. Um, you see what's wrong with the system here, guys? That is just so lopsided. Oh my god. Clearly, clearly, if he got fired from being the GM of the 76ers, as a basketball fan, trust me, the Philadelphia 76ers after Dr. J era, and we know how long ago that was, and Adam Aaron was probably a teenager back then. After that, they only had Allen Iverson, and that was just just for one season to go to the finals. That's it. One. Every other year since then, until I left, that's when they got Joel Embiid and they started a process, and the 76ers became a little more relevant. But in his years, they were the they were worse than the Cavs. There's an amazing CEO that they definitely let him go. Adrian, I woke up a long time ago. Yeah, Mr. Tahiti's telling like I woke up like this. If they go bankrupt after the squeeze, it will just prove how poor the management is. Uh, yeah, it will definitely prove that, and again, deservingly so. Apes, please don't cling so hard to June. That is forever. That is if, for whatever manipulated bull as reason, we don't molest, you don't lose your conviction. Let's hope, but don't expect. We moon when we moon. That is correct, Adrian. Very, very valuable advice. Woke up before me. I have no doubt about that. Future. Hell, at Mrs. Tahiti, she woke up before me. That is true. Um, a YouTuber that doesn't know how to search YouTube. Future, but this is anything that but usual though. Adrian, my stage name is Scrates. I like it, Mrs. Tahiti. Future is the unknown that scares humans. If we know we can deal with it, handle it. That is 100% true. But again, uh, the unknown. If you wire yourself differently, you will no longer have to worry about being afraid of anything in general. Just fear, the form of fear or the unknown. Hey, um, the only thing again, like AB for now, for example, fears is if he have done anything that is wrongful or terrible in any way, whether knowingly or not knowingly, to any individual or any creature or any species or anything. I mean, at the end, when Judgment Day is near, guys, or when it comes, or when you're standing there in front of the Lord, you know, even the ant will come out and say, and it'll say, if that ant had a right against you, that you wronged it will come and collect on that day. And I don't intend to hold any debts. So that's the only fear that I have. Other than that, it's all BS. It's not going to follow you to your grave. I don't abuse the English language for my own selfish gains. I deflect the bullshit and challenge the ill-tongued evildoers and make them eat their own BS. Hey, I like it, Adrian. Gloria, hey, welcome back. Right, I admit I finally will be leaving in the next couple of minutes here. Just wrapping things up. We talked about a lot of good things. We had some emotional moments, and I can't, I wouldn't have it any other way. Um, Let me see. Who else have any questions? Half of my family is U.S. military. The other half is law enforcement or lawyers. Wow. So you're set. You're good. Leah, anyone else not impressed with AMC spending money on Nicole Kidman? Yeah, I'm your number one unimpressed person. Um, I don't know why it rubbed me as AMC took money that we paid and they just went to a strip club. That's the way I took it. I literally I took it as like that, and they just went and gave it to a glorified stripper. Obviously, Nicole Kidman is an amazing actress, but what does that have to do with our money and with our investment? Um, a better, like who are you airing at? Like who are you airing that commercial to? Um, in Vogue or what? Like where? Like who are majority, if not all the people that are watching these movies are us, the retail, the apes. Why wouldn't you make in the commercial for free with us in it? What's more realistic than airing out to people that are going to come? You think King Griffin is going to go to AMC theater? When they showed the Citadel thing and they said, Citadel, thank you, they reserved a whole theater for themselves. And I guarantee you, King Griffin wasn't even there. So why are you paying multi-million dollars for a special actress to do a special commercial for what? For who? To convince AB that he needs to go? I don't need Nicole Kidman to convince him. If I see normal retailers, people, the customer of AMC, the shareholder of AMC, as the person who's making that commercial, then that excites me to go and do more. Because, hey, I'll be like, hey, maybe one day I can be in a commercial of a great company like AMC. But when I see a Nicole Kidman, it's like, what? You're gonna ask Tom Cruise next, so that it won't be a sexist situation where at least you asked a female commercial, and then you have a male one. Then you're gonna have to go branch out more into different. You guys get my point. It's pointless. It's a waste. It was a big waste of money that we paid for, and whoever backs that can also, again, I respect your opinion, but lollipop AMC hashtag. I'm very, very educated. I have no doubt. What hilarious, what's hilariously is they think we really care about Hollywood and their opinions. Yeah, that right. I could have sworn that the 76ers had like 5 to 7 first round draft picks and they became godly. Yeah, they became godly elsewhere. I mean, you remember when they went and man, they were so bad. It's unbelievable that like after Dr. Dre era, Julius Irving, like wow, they were so terrible, and especially in Adam Aaron's tenure, it was so horrible. Mrs. Tahiti is they think they think we give three. It's less than a F. What they say in the attempt to try and sway us to sell our shares and close our AMC and GME positions, which is obviously never going to happen. Mrs. Tahiti, I'm so glad that you said that. It's a big club that I want no part of. That is entirely true as well. You can add me to that club, or the no club to that club, Leah and Mrs. Lee, Mrs. Lee, Tahiti. Um, Leah, America made them wealthy, and they do nothing for America. They live in a bubble, and they think they are smart enough to tell us what to think. Yeah, political advice from Judge or the Rock. I love it. This is the ED. The commercial with Nicole sucked, and it did actually. It's like millions of dollars for what? We could have made a better commercial here from my Movavi editing software. Hello, future for value. Tom Cruise? Really? No. He needs Will Smith slapping King Griffin in a commercial. I mean, that would be a great commercial. Keep my AMC out of here. AB, have you been live since yesterday? A few hours ago? Gloria, right? I was going for a new record, AB record. This time, for sure, AB is not going to break it again. 6 hours. My life, my life, my life, my life. Ooh, what my life be like? Um, that would be what seeing see. That would make a great meme future. 100% does. Will. So, my friends and family, obviously, uh, we've come. Me too, future. I wish I knew how to make memes. We've come to the sad end of a 6 hour stream. We had a lot of great points earlier. We covered a lot of things. More importantly, we I feel like we're leaving on a much strong, even more strong basis than even before, which is amazing because our standings are very solid, I believe. So um, to walk away with today, I feel like we walked out, all of us, with a big win, a bigger win, moving as one force. Once again, it's inevitable. I broke down to you guys what I feel like is happening, or what happened, and what's gonna happen, and how it's gonna go down, and how it's gonna happen. Whether it's true or not, only time will tell. Um, Remember, most importantly, guys, nothing is granted in this life. One day might be given, but the second might be taken. So um, I appreciate all the time you've been giving me, guys. I love, the fact that you've been with me here and constantly support another family member, and I will forever value that, no matter what. Uh, and at the end of the day, I have nothing to say but much love, AB Investments. Good night. Thanks, guys.